Mage, start as a master of magical potions. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 251, The True Face of the Undead Town. On the way into the town, Gaius kept talking, such as bragging that, when he was young, he was also a powerful knight of the law, and even a grand knight of the law, but later he got old, and rarely fought with others. Gaius glanced at Sunan and said, "But if someone pays, I'm still willing to help, in order to support my family." Sunan glanced at him. Gaius then pointed to the tallest arch building in the town and said, "That is the largest slave arena in our town, which is the property of Lady Tiberia." They walked to the entrance of the town, and Sunan saw a drunk man lying at the entrance of the town. When Gaius saw the man, his face suddenly changed, revealing a look of disgust. Gaius pointed at the drunkard and said to Sunan, "We should not learn from this drunkard, lying at the gate of the town all day, saying that he was looking for someone, but ended up making himself look like a ghost. When asked who he was waiting for, he couldn't even tell the name of the person. Ha ha ha. Useless lazy guy." The drunkard looked up at Sunan and others, then turned over and continued to sleep. Sunan and others followed Gaius into the town. The town seemed like a real society in operation. There were vendors, even thieves, and many residents. These residents lived in a wealthy and peaceful society. At the same time, Sunan and Mary entered Gaius's home. As expected, there were 3 slaves in Gaius's home, a eunuch slave, a strong male slave, and a female slave who was cleaning the house. Gaius warmly entertained Sunan with his wife Jaia. They ate while lying on the marble bed. The food included bread, milk, eggs, butter, etc. Sunan and Mary did not eat a single bite during the whole meal, but just kept chatting with them. As a result, Gaius and Jaia did not seem to notice that they did not eat. Instead, they looked very happy, as if they had entertained guests. After the meal, the slave girl Tita brought a plate of fruit and approached Sunan and whispered, "My lord, do you need a massage?" Sunan shook her head decisively. The slave girl Tita blushed and secretly glanced at Gaius and his wife, who were discussing with the Justice Witch Mary. Then she whispered to Sunan, "My lord, you seem to be from a foreign land. Have you heard of the name of the necromancer Brutus in a foreign land?" Sunan looked up at her and found that the slave girl Tita was pretty good looking, but her temperament did not match the identity of a slave girl. Was the necromancer Brutus the master of this undead town, the Wandering Wizard? If so, then this was the breakthrough. Sunan asked, "I haven't heard of it. But why are you asking me this question?" The slave girl Tita blushed. "I dare not tell my masters, because every time I tell them this name, they will beat me. But I know that my husband is a necromancer Brutus. I know this very well, and I'm waiting for him to come back. My lord, please do not tell my masters, otherwise they will beat me." Sunan lay on the marble bed and said to her calmly, "Gaius seems to be a very good person." The slave girl Tita also nodded in approval. "He has always been a very good person. But I don't know why, as long as I mention this name, they will be as terrified as if they have changed into a different person. My husband, when will he come back?" Sunan nodded, then stood up from the marble platform and said to Mary, who was chatting with Gaius and his wife, "Let's go, let's leave here." Mary looked puzzled. "Master Sunan, shall we observe for a while longer?" Gaius and his wife looked enthusiastic. "Why are you leaving so soon? Why don't you stay and sleep at our house tonight? The road outside the town is not easy to walk at night." Sunan said to Mary, "There is no point in staying here any longer. What's the point of you staying in an illusion?" Mary looked puzzled. "Lord Sunan, what do you mean?" Sunan raised his left hand, and powerful magic energy gathered in his hand, and then the whole town was shaking. "What I mean is, Mary, you have entered this town back and forth a total of 11 times. But not once you have really entered this town. The reason why there are undead troops in this town only at night is that only at night the real entrance to the town will be opened. I ask you, where did you enter this undead town from?" Mary's pupils suddenly shrank and said, I entered this town from the shadow of the statue of the god of law. So, the real town is also hidden in the shadow of the town in front of you, Lord Sunan. Sunan nodded. That's why this town looks like a country town in the normal world, and the people here all look alive. There is no living person here, and there is no possibility that the people brought into this space by the necromancer survive in this space after several generations of reproduction. In Sunan's magic power, the whole town was shaking, and then the sky of the town suddenly fell with collage-like snowflakes, and then the whole undead town suddenly turned into night. Mary was slightly surprised. She looked around and found that the building of Gaius's house, where they were, had undergone tremendous changes, including other buildings in the whole town. All the buildings were collapsed and covered with spider webs. At the same time, there was no sun or moon in the sky, and it was completely dark. If she and Sunan were not wizards, they would not be able to see anything in this situation. In addition, there were undead flying everywhere in the sky, and the whole town was filled with skeleton undead creatures. There was even Mary's old rival, the skeleton dragon, hovering in the sky. The whole town was raining white snowflakes like completely burned collage. This is the true face of this town, the true face hidden in the shadows. Read the error-free version at 69 Book Bar. 69 Book Bar publishes a novel for the first time. Sunan smiled and said, "That's right, this is what a town of the dead should look like. The whole town is full of death energy. But the situation is a little beyond my expectations. It seems that the death of the necromancer is not simple." Mary quickly asked. Sunan said, "Lord Sunan, what does this mean?" Sunan said, "First, the wizard tower is still not found in this town, which means that this town has a third floor. The wizard tower is deeper, and it is specially hidden. This means that there are enemies of the necromancer in this undead town. Otherwise he would not need to continue to hide the wizard tower in this real undead town. So, I became curious about the cause of the necromancer's death. Second, this undead town is not just death energy. It contains a force, the power of the energy world, but it is not the energy world I usually come into contact with. The blind nun bitch and the blind monk, that old bastard, their energy is full of order. Look, it's the collage-like snowflakes in the sky. They are not condensed from the power of the undead magic, but from the energy of the special energy world that has penetrated in." Sunan began to think. This should not be any of the subordinates of the 7 kings of that energy world. Even the silent commander, his energy is full of order. This should be the power of another energy world, mixed with the magic left by this one-ring necromancer. Moreover, this characteristic is very strange. The energy of the energy world that Sunan often comes into contact with will become the master and destroy the magic once it comes into contact with magic. But the energy of this strange energy world can actually coexist with the power of psychic magic for so long. It even strengthens the characteristics of a certain direction of psychic magic. In other words, the energy characteristics of this strange energy world should be a very tolerant one that can accommodate everything, but it is also very chaotic. I really made the right decision this time. If my inference is correct, the characteristics of this special energy world should be highly toxic to the energy of the blind man and others, because one is chaos and the other is order. There is a serious conflict between the two in terms of mystical concepts. If I can analyze this power, it will be very helpful for me to deal with the blind king in the future. I just don't know which energy world this power comes from. However, the owner of this undead town, the one-ring necromancer, should have done relevant research on this. I can look for his scattered research notes in this town. Sunan looked at Mary. "Prepare for battle." Mary looked around and saw that Gaius and his wife, who had been very friendly to them before, looked at them with a very terrifying expression. Half of their bodies had rotted, and they were still wearing loose clothes. They were not hospitable at all now. Gaius stared at Sunan and said, "Why did you enter the deep town? You are just looking for death." His wife Jaia laughed wildly, raised an axe, and threw it at Sunan. "I have wanted to chop you into pieces for a long time. Slaves, come with me to do them." Chapter 252, a treasure that can break through the second ring. Before the axe hit Sunan, it shattered under Sunan's magic pressure. It turned into a pile of rusty fragments and fell to the ground. Sunan looked at Gaius and found that he actually had the power of a great knight, so his true identity was actually a great skeleton knight, and his wife Jaia was also a skeleton knight. All the skeletons in this undead town were at least at the level of night squires, so even the two skeleton servants of Gaius's family were like this. Sunan looked at the slave girl Titter. She still had a terrified look on her face, and she was still alive, but she had an iron chain around her neck, which tied her to Gaius's house. The slave girl Titter screamed at Sunan and Mary, "How did you get into the deep town? You should leave here quickly. The mirror is a passage. As long as you find the mirror, you can leave the deep town and return to the shallow town. As long as you stay in the shallow town, all the townspeople will be very friendly. You should leave quickly. In this deep town, these people are all monsters. They will kill you. Run." The slave girl Titter's words stopped abruptly because Sunan waved at Gaius Skeleton Knight and his wife, and the 4 skeleton knights in the house were all cut into 2 pieces in an instant by the lightning shot from Sunan's palm. At the same time, Sunan stretched out his right hand towards the door of Gaius's house, and a dark purple magic potion shot out, and dozens of skeleton knights surrounding his door were all destroyed instantly. Sunan raised his eyebrows unhappily. "You are so foolish to play tricks in front of me. Vasilian, lead the knights to clear the way in front of us. All the skeletons who dare to block our progress will be eliminated. Mary, take this slave girl away. She should be a key figure." Mary took out the bronze dagger directly, enchanted it with dark energy, and cut off the iron chain on Titter's body that was strengthened by death magic. Mary looked at Sunan's back as he walked out of the door, and her heart was filled with a feeling of too reliable. She entered this town 11 times in a row, but she didn't find the true face of this town once. She had never entered this so-called deep town. And Sunan, who took her into this town for the first time, found this place immediately. For Mary, this was simply a feeling of pleasure for a novice led by a big boss. With Sunan's help, was she still afraid that she could not remove the black magic? Exclamation mark. The Death Knights cleared the way in front. Even ordinary Death Knights had the strength of second-class wizard apprentices, which was far more powerful than ordinary knights. Therefore, wherever the black blades of the 10 Death Knights passed, all the skeletons and undead were cut open. A huge skeleton with a crown on its head noticed the Death Knights on the street, who were guarding Sunan. It suddenly jumped in front of Sunan, emitting a deep death magic. The Skeleton King, whose spiritual power was at least 90, said to Sunan, "Bold outsiders, you actually do whatever you want in the town of the Necromancer. Death will befall you. I'm the Skeleton King. I will kill you." Bone strengthening technique. Joint activation technique. Iron bone curse. He waved his hand and used death magic to strengthen 30 skeleton knight attendants, and then let the skeleton knight attendants attack the Death Knights guarding Sunan. The sea of skeletons was about to take shape, but in the next moment, the skeleton crown on his head was suddenly cut in half, and his white bone skeleton crown fell on the brick and stone ground of the town, and shattered into several pieces. At the same time, the 30 skeleton knight attendants on the street in front of him, who were strengthened by the undead magic, were all neatly cut in an instant, and all their soul fires were extinguished. Vasilian suddenly attacked, and used his mental power of 140 to concentrate the black knife that had been upgraded to the first level, and cut all the skeleton knight attendants in half in an instant. His invisible sword wind of death energy even cut off the crown on the head of the Skeleton King. The Skeleton King, who was the undead lord, looked at Vasilian with horror. At this time, the first level death energy released by Vasilian made it understand that Vasilian was a person of a higher level than it. The Skeleton King made a horrified sound. This time, how can the outsider be so powerful? This is an undead lord who is higher than me, so his master must be a very powerful undead mage. The next moment, the Skeleton King actually knelt down in front of Sunan. "Great undead mage, I have been trapped in this world and cannot leave. I have wanted to leave for a long time. Please take me away. Please let me join you too." Sunan looked at him. It seemed that this Skeleton King was indeed a newly born high-level undead in this undead town in more than 2000 years. Obviously, in this high-density undead land, it is even constantly absorbing souls from the outside world of Corfu Island, so this place has become a place for raising undead. This Skeleton King was rolled out of it, one of the strong ones, so its mental power can reach 90. Because it is so involuted, it should have swallowed up a lot of soul fires of other undead. Mary looked at the Skeleton King who suddenly knelt down in silence. She entered this town and was beaten by various undead creatures every night, but she didn't have the treatment of the undead lord bowing down. Mary looked at Sunan. However, it is also very normal for undead creatures to actively submit to powerful undead mages. On the street, Sunan did not respond to the Skeleton King's request immediately, but asked, "How did you raise your mental power to 90? Have you learned meditation?" The Skeleton King shook his head in confusion and said, "I probably haven't learned it. I was originally just an ordinary skeleton undead in a town of undead. I was in a daze and didn't have much self-awareness. But in my daze, because of instinct, I devoured a lot of soul fires of my own kind. Suddenly one day, I developed an animal-like consciousness. I began to actively devour the soul fires of my own kind. Later, I began to have consciousness. I began to think actively. I thought about a lot of things. I found a lot of information left by the necromancer in the town. Therefore, I learned a lot of things, even some spell models left by the necromancer, which are the 3 spells I just cast. But every time I cast, I must continue to devour the soul fire of my own kind, otherwise I won't be able to recover my mana at all. That's it, my master." The Skeleton King knelt on the ground, with soul fire beating in his eye sockets. Obviously, the Skeleton King admired the undead mage who indirectly passed on knowledge to him. So when he saw that the stranger this time was actually an undead mage, and there were undead subordinates who were more advanced than him, he immediately lost his hatred for the living, and instead became very eager to be Sunan's undead subordinate. Sunan looked at the Skeleton King. It seemed that this Skeleton King had increased his mental power to this level by devouring the soul fire of his own kind. This was normal. All roads lead to Rome. There is not only one way to improve mental power, but meditation is the easiest way to go. For example, the Skeleton King in front of him restored his mental power by devouring the soul fire of his own kind. In this process, too many magic resources were wasted, and in this way, he would never have the opportunity to break through the soul limit and become a one-ring creature in his lifetime. However, this guy seemed to be a naturally formed, intelligent, high-level undead. He was an alien that happened to be created during the long time in the undead town, so Sunan did have the idea of accepting him. Sunan said, "Okay, then I will accept you. Open your soul fire and let me brand your soul." This is the common method for necromancers to subdue the undead. Immediately, the Skeleton King opened the soul fire for Sunan and allowed Sunan's magic power to enter its core area. Obviously, the Skeleton King himself was also very scared. This was equivalent to putting his neck on Sunan's sword. Therefore, the skeleton body of the Skeleton King was also trembling. However, after Sunan branded it and helped it reseal the soul fire, the Skeleton King was relieved because Sunan did not intend to kill him. The Skeleton King was about to speak when suddenly the roar of a skeleton dragon came from the sky. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 69 book bar publishes a novel for the first time. Read at 69 book bar. Sunan looked up at the sky and saw a skeleton dragon flying towards him. Obviously, the skeleton dragon is the master of this undead town. It creates and controls high-level undead creatures, which is also my target this time. After discovering me, this skeleton dragon immediately attacked me, obviously without any buffering room. It is different from the Skeleton King. The Skeleton King is a native undead. It doesn't even know the necromancer Brutus, so when it saw that Sunan was powerful, it surrendered directly. It attacked Mary before, only because of its hatred for the living. As for the skeleton dragon, I'm afraid its duty is to clean up those who break into the undead town. Among the collapsed and dilapidated buildings in the town, a middle-aged man suddenly poked his head out from a street corner. The middle-aged man was dressed like an old noble and said to Sunan and others anxiously, "Stranger, I'm Mayor Anthony. That crazy skeleton dragon will attack us. You should follow me quickly. I will take you to a safe place, an absolutely safe place, where the skeleton dragon cannot enter. You should follow me quickly. Stranger, believe me, I'm not your enemy, I'm your friend. This undead town is controlled by the necromancer Brutus, who is our enemy." When Mary heard the name of Mayor Anthony, a strange look flashed in her eyes. In the surface town, Gaius and his wife, who were enthusiastic towards them, said that Mayor Anthony did not welcome strangers, but in the deep town, this Mayor Anthony seemed to be very enthusiastic towards them. Will the personalities of all the residents of the deep town and the surface town be reversed? Sunan looked at Mayor Anthony. Mayor Anthony looked anxious and said to Sunan, Mary and others, what are you waiting for? Come with me, come on, come on. Sunan smiled and said to Mayor Anthony, I think our enemy is you. I finally know what happened in this town. The real murderer who killed the necromancer Brutus is a one-ring wizard. Mr. Anthony. Mayor Anthony suddenly fell silent. At the same time, Sunan pointed at the skeleton flying dragon in the sky and said, that flying dragon is the guardian of this town. The only person who would guard against the attack of the flying dragon like us is you, who is also an invader. I'm right, right? Mayor Anthony's face was gloomy, and he began to curse angrily. Damn it, nothing goes my way, it's as if everyone is against me. I just want to get that treasure. I just want to improve my qualifications and become a second-ring wizard. What have I done wrong? Originally, I wanted to use you to help me find that wizard tower. Even if I die, I will find that treasure, the treasure that Brutus hid and refused to give to me even if he died. That is a treasure that can give people the potential to become a second-ring wizard. For that treasure, we are all in this situation now. Sunan said, so you want to take revenge on him. You turned him into a useless drunkard at the gate of the town, turned his wife into a slave girl in his own undead town, and let his good friend in his lifetime act as her master, and abuse her every day. Anthony's eyes widened. How did you guess it? Sunan said, it's not hard to guess. Since this town has been invaded, and you have exposed yourself, you are the mayor of the town, so you can naturally guess the identities of the other two special beings, the slave girl Shire and the lazy man at the entrance of the village. You made these two people live in the same town, but they are far away from each other. Shire was chained by you in Gaius's house, and Brutus' memory was affected by you. He was drunk at the entrance of the town all day long, but he didn't know who he was waiting for. Am I right? Mayor Anthony stared at Sunan. His face was extremely gloomy, and his eyes looking at Sunan were full of resentment. Sunan looked at him and said, and now you are thinking that you are dead. You can't be the opponent of a living one-ring wizard. You are thinking about how to turn the tables. You are planning the next lie. You want me to believe your lie, but to be honest, with your intelligence, it's not enough. Mayor Anthony became furious. Why, you always know my thoughts. Sunan looked at the arcane super intuition ring on his hand. At this time, the brass ring flashed with magic. Arcane super intuition is not a prophecy, so it is impossible to directly guess the whole truth of this town. But when you reason, it can help you find clues faster and guess the most likely truth by intuition. And after Anthony became a ghost, his thoughts and ideas are easier to guess. After all, ghosts have no body to protect them, so they are more easily predicted by super intuition. If he was alive, the permanent defense field on his body should be able to interfere with his arcane super intuition ring, so that he would not be so easy to guess his thoughts based on super intuition. But the most important thing is that this guy exposed himself, which is very easy to predict. Sunan said to Vasilion, catch him for me. I want to know what the treasure he said that can help him break through to become a second ring wizard is. Vasilion said, yes. Mayor Anthony screamed, you dare. That skeleton dragon is coming to attack you. Foreign wizard, are you not going to do anything? Chapter 253, Subdue the Skeleton Dragon, the Death Knight's Mount. When the skeleton dragon was about to approach Sunan and attack him with its huge skeleton claws, the soul fire in the skeleton king's eye sockets jumped. The next moment, he rushed directly to Sunan's back and shouted, Master, I will help you resist its attack. I will protect you. This is the best time for him to show his loyalty. Sunan did not respond. The next moment, the skeleton king was fanned away by the skeleton dragon's bone wings. The skeleton king rolled on the ground, and his bones almost fell apart. 3 ribs in his chest were directly broken. The soul fire was hit by the skeleton dragon and suddenly fell into shock. It kept flickering, causing him to sit on the ground and start to get confused. What a powerful force. I was fanned once, and my soul fire shook violently, and I couldn't move. No, my master. It is not a melee skeleton, and the skeleton dragon was transformed from a one-ringed dragon creature in its lifetime. It just lost a lot of power during death and transformation, so it fell from a one-ring creature. Dragon-like creatures have strong bodies, and even dragon-like creatures have the signature skill of dragons, dragon breath. The next moment, the soul fire of the skeleton king jumped even more violently, because he saw that Vasily appeared beside Sunan, just raised his left hand and easily blocked the terrible dragon claw attack of the skeleton dragon with a black knife. The huge dragon claw that was as big as a house was easily blocked by a slender black knife, and the huge impact force was resolved. Roar! The skeleton dragon roared angrily, and the huge airflow blew the death barrier cloak behind Vasily, making it flutter in the wind, but there was no airflow passing around Sunan, who was standing behind Vasily. The skeleton dragon seemed to be endowed. Its body was like a small building, and Vasily was just the size of an ordinary knight. But such a tiny existence could actually resist its huge dragon claw. The skeleton dragon was wrapped in deep death magic, and an even more ominous power appeared on it. Then, the skeleton dragon used its bone wings and dragon claws to launch a series of attacks on Vasily. Each attack would make the earth tremble. But Vasily, he just used his left hand, which was not even his dominant hand, to casually swing the black knife and deal with all the attacks of the skeleton dragon. Every collision of the huge dragon claws and the bombardment of the huge death magic were easily resolved by a slender and light black knife. Both the skeleton king and Mayor Anthony were surprised to see this shocking scene. Mayor Anthony was also a wizard of the School of Spiritualism and a fellow apprentice of Brutus. He understood the meaning of this scene better than the skeleton king. As long as the necromancer added a few amplification magics, the skeleton dragon could rival the first ring wizard. It was a masterpiece of the first ring necromancer. Even without the master's control, the black armored knight was too easy to resist. The black armored knight treated a skeleton dragon close to the ring, as if he was perfunctory to a child. As a wizard of the spiritual school, Anthony looked at Sunan in a daze. He could sense that the source of life of this wizard was too young, only almost 17 years old. Could it be that this guy created a new type of advanced undead? A huge sense of jealousy appeared in Anthony's heart. As an undead, Anthony's physique was different from that of humans. He was more likely to have negative thoughts and more extreme emotions. He is now the undead Anthony, not the wizard Anthony. Although, even when he was alive, he was very jealous of others. The skeleton dragon flew back more than 3 meters, fearfully pulling away from the Death Knight Vasily, and the soul fire in its head suddenly exploded and filled the skeleton part of its chest. Then, these soul fires were reorganized and constructed according to a certain trajectory. Then, it suddenly roared at Vasily and Sunan, spewing out a soul fire dragon breath. This is the soul fire dragon breath that can be equivalent to a first level spell. A large amount of dark blue soul fire flooded Vasily. Behind Vasily, the black outside and red inside death barrier cloak was flying, using a permanent force field to block all soul fires in front of him. Like a wall of life and death, it blocked all attacks behind Sunan. And Sunan didn't even look back. That is, the position of the skeleton dragon from beginning to end. It was as if the powerful skeleton dragon never needed to be worried. The righteous witch Mary, who stayed beside Sunan, on the contrary, kept staring at the skeleton dragon, fearing that the skeleton dragon would hit her. From the scene where she observed the skeleton king being hit by the skeleton dragon just now, she judged that, if she herself suffered an attack from the skeleton dragon, she would probably lose half her life. The skeleton dragon suddenly spewed soul-fire dragon breath, while rushing towards Vasily, stretching out its dragon claws towards Vasily. Bang! Vasily held the black knife in his right hand, and blocked the skeleton dragon. At the same time, the black knife completely offset the attack force of the skeleton dragon, but the knife's momentum did not decrease, turning into a spiral of death energy wind that lingered around the entire skeleton dragon. The skeleton dragon let out a painful wail, and the soul fire in its skull continued to vibrate. But the skeleton dragon still tried to attack again, and used its skeleton dragon tail to swing at Vasily. I see. Do you have to fulfill your duty to protect this town? Vasily grabbed its dragon tail with his left hand, and then used the black knife in his right hand to chop into the soul fire of the skeleton dragon. After chopping the soul fire, he grabbed the entire skeleton dragon's tail and swung it hard to the ground. The huge skeleton body smashed 4 or 5 half-collapsed houses. Read the error-free version at 69 book. 69 books publishes a novel. Read at 69 books. Vasilion instantly jumped onto the body of the skeleton dragon and stabbed the other side's soulfire with a black knife. Dragon, I can sense your heart, that you are determined to protect this town. But you should also understand that I have the same responsibility as you. I will never let you get close to my master. Vasilion forced his soul imprint into the soul fire of the skeleton dragon and wanted to remove the soul imprint of Brutus that was originally left in it. The soul imprint that Brutus left in its soul fire was actually very weak after more than 2000 years. This skeleton dragon itself has also continued its life for such a long time by constantly devouring the soul fire of the undead skeletons in the undead town, this land of the undead. The skeleton dragon let out a painful roar, and then the look it gave Vasilion gradually changed from hostile to docile. A minute later, Vasilion said to Sunan, Master, I have tamed the skeleton dragon. It is a good mount for me, and it matches my personality. Sunan nodded, yeah. Well done. The skeleton king sat on the ground, shook his head to wake himself up, and looked at Sunan, who had never turned around or looked at him from beginning to end. The skeleton king felt bitter. He was really a clown just now. Not only did he not show anything in front of his master, but he also lost an adult on the dilapidated streets of the deep undead town. At this time, 10 Death Knights had put black knives on Anthony's neck, forcing him to stay still. Sunan said to Anthony, now, you can tell me about the treasure you mentioned. You deliberately revealed the existence of the treasure to me before, and it is located in the hidden wizard tower. Your purpose should be to let me help you find it. However, if you are caught by me, all this seems to be meaningless. Sunan opened the spiritual vision and observed Anthony's current body. First of all, he himself maintained the state of a vengeful spirit, and his magic power was very little. Only a little bit was left. Moreover, the body of the vengeful spirit did not have a permanent defense field. He was completely dead. But what made Sunan care was that Anthony had a strong alien energy. That energy belonged to the energy world, which was the snowflake-like object that was floating in the sky of the deep undead town like completely burned coal ash. That is to say, the energy of the energy world that now enveloped this town entered this undead town through the body of the vengeful spirit Anthony. Sunan wanted to figure this out and understand what happened here more than 2000 years ago, so the best breakthrough point was Anthony. From the previous tests, Anthony himself seemed to be unaware that this energy was hidden in his vengeful spirit. This meant that Anthony's death more than 2000 years ago was probably related to this. Chapter 254 Abyss Network Progressive Route. Anthony seemed unwilling to be caught like this. He said angrily, at least I still have the power to escape. Suddenly, with him as a core, a burst of frost erupted, forming a star-like shape like frost, and the 10 Death Knights were instantly frozen. The first ring of the Psychic School's Frost subdirection, Frost Nova. However, his current vengeful spirit body could not support the full casting of the first ring spell, so he only used half of it. At that time, the vengeful spirit body could no longer bear the pressure of the spell. Anthony, who began to collapse, reached out to Sunan again, and a frost force was about to fall on Sunan. He was going to risk using Frost Nova again, but the next moment, 10 black knives penetrated the ice layer, cut through the frost, and formed the sword of the dead, stabbing at him. Anthony was horrified. What? He originally thought that Frost Nova could at least freeze the 10 strange medium level undead for a long time. Who knew that the 10 Death Knights got rid of it so quickly? Of course, he didn't know that the death enchantments of the Death Knights all refer to the energy shell technology, which naturally has the effect of pollution and restraining spells. He had used less than half of Frost Nova, which was not enough to freeze the Death Knight for a long time. So Anthony gave up casting Frost Nova on Sunan and was forced to cast Frost Nova again at his feet, trying to freeze the Death Knights again. But at this moment, Sunan snapped his fingers, and the bottle of Akasha Vortex potion in his hand disappeared. Then a purple potion energy lightning, from in front of Sunan, struck Anthony's body, directly suppressing all his mana, and hitting the soul fire in his vengeful spirit core, directly dizzy. 10 swords of the dead were inserted into Anthony's body. Mary breathed a sigh of relief. Lord Sunan, you are so amazing. This town is basically solved. We just need to find the wizard tower. Sunan stared at Anthony and said, Justice, don't let your guard down. Interesting things are about to happen now. I finally figured out how Anthony died more than 2000 years ago. How should I put it? It was because of a treasure that caused two brothers to kill each other. But that treasure seems to have problems itself. At this time, Anthony was seriously injured, with wounds all over his body, and even the structure of the vengeful spirit was about to be destroyed. The soul fire of the undead creature is a mixture of spiritual energy, death mana and obsession, resentment and negative emotions in a special proportion. According to different proportions, it will become different undead with different characteristics. Of course, special undead such as the Death Knight, which has the soul structure similar to that of humans, are not included in this list, and some special undead are not like this either. At this moment, Anthony's vengeful spirit was shrouded in a strong power of the energy world, forming a circle of resentment under its feet. This resentment caused Anthony to continuously emit mental pollution, which was emitted to all the people around who could receive his resentment. I want that treasure. I want to become a second ring wizard. I don't have enough qualifications. I must have that treasure. Brutus, your qualifications are better than mine. Why don't you give me that treasure? I want that treasure. Sunan raised his eyebrows and said to Vasilian and Mary, I originally thought that he always mentioned the treasure to me intentionally or unintentionally, trying to induce me to help him find the treasure. Now it seems that this is simply the core obsession he set when he transformed himself into a vengeful spirit. So he can't help but say it when he sees people. I overestimated him. It turned out to be just his catchphrase, and it didn't have much special meaning. Mary forced a smile, and she looked at Anthony, who had undergone a special change, vigilantly. At this time, more snowflakes were floating above the town. The circle of resentment under the feet of the vengeful spirit Anthony turned into a completely dark area, and it seemed to have formed a unique gravity, causing the circle of resentment under his feet to begin to cause abnormal changes, causing the ground to begin to sink inward. Some small bricks and dust around were sucked into this strange circle of resentment and fell into it. Mary was a little flustered and said at a loss, this is no longer psychic magic. Sunan affirmed, yes, this is not psychic magic. This is another kind of power. A power outside the wizard civilization. Intelligent brain, record the relevant data, and analyze the composition structure of this power. Yes, but the data is seriously insufficient, and the analysis will be very slow. The resentful spirit Anthony made a rough voice that did not belong to him. Dregs. I'm still going to use this body. Raw Abyss Network Progressive Transformation. The Abyss circle under his feet suddenly flew out one after another special energy from the energy world, wrapping him up and turning him into a black egg-shaped object. Then the black egg shattered, and a lich with a skeleton body wrapped in dark death energy appeared in the undead town. It exudes the magic power of the first ring. Mary screamed. How is it possible? How is it possible? Even if I'm not a wizard of the school of psychicism, I know that liches are the masterpieces of the school of psychicism. Each lich requires a large amount of magic resources and a large number of rituals to be transformed. Each lich must go through the creation of a life box and transformation rituals. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 69 book bar publishes a novel for the first time. Read at 69 book bar. How can he instantly change from a vengeful spirit to a lich? This is not logical. This does not conform to the laws of magic. This kind of thing cannot happen. The rules of magic have been broken. Sunan observed this phenomenon with great interest. Existence is reasonable. However, it seems that the chaotic energy characteristics of that energy world are good at breaking rules and changing the rules in the magic system that cannot be broken. If we want to make an analogy, the behavior of Anthony just now is equivalent to breaking the law of energy balance in the laws of science. Indeed, even in his own cognition, it was impossible for a wizard to transform from a mid-level vengeful spirit mage in the undead system to a high-level undead, a lich so easily. It was just like a random evolution, full of chaotic characteristics. Is this the so-called Abyss Network Progressive Transformation? Sunan looked at Anthony and said, no matter who you are, as long as you appear, it means that I guessed one thing wrong before. I originally thought that Anthony and Brutus died at the same time, and Anthony died in the backhand arranged by Brutus. But now it seems that Anthony died at your hands. I'm afraid that after Anthony successfully backstabbed Brutus, he has obtained the so-called treasure. It's just that there is something wrong with the treasure, so he is dead. But as a wizard of the school of psychicism, even if he dies, he can transform himself into the form of other life forms and continue to live. It's just that some of his memories have been tampered with. This is also in line with the chaos characteristics of your world. The Lich Anthony raised his right hand to Sunan, and Sunan suddenly felt that the surroundings around him became very cold, and a complete first ring spell, Frost Nova, descended in front of Sunan. A frost star appeared, but Vasilian immediately blocked in front of Sunan, raised the black knife, and forcibly blocked this lich spell, but his own body was frozen in the ice. Chapter 255, Baylor and Talizi. Lich Anthony continued to throw a frost nova at Sunan. It must be said that this kind of ice filled with death energy is indeed a good skill for control plus damage. Sunan recited a spell in advance and used a single target powerful injection spell to inject the fire demon's fury potion into the frost nova that had just been thrown out by Lich Anthony and just left his palm. Suddenly, the frost nova exploded from the inside, erupting with a huge amount of flames, which blew the Lich Anthony away. Lich Anthony obviously did not expect that the death ice magic of his own school of spiritualism would actually explode. In front of him, a huge ball of flame exploded, igniting his body. Because of the special reason of the phylactery, the Lich did not have a permanent defense field, or it could be said that the phylactery was his permanent defense field, so the Lich Anthony, whose whole body was on fire, was being hurt by the pure fire magic of the School of Energy. The Lich Anthony only had time to cast a layer of the first level spell, Frost Death Armor, on his whole body, but Sunan used 2 single target powerful injection spells in succession, injecting 2 bottles of Fire Demon's Wrath into his Frost Death Armor. As a result, his Frost Death Armor also exploded, blowing away the Lich Anthony with a mental power of 110. If he hadn't cast a layer of the Death Ice Road defense spell on his whole body in time, Sunan could have directly injected the Fire Demon's Wrath potion into the Lich's skeletal body, which would have destroyed the Lich's body in an instant. This is the horror of the combination of potion spells plus potions. At this time, Vasilian also got rid of the seal of Frost Nova. The Lich Anthony who was blown away was already in tatters, and his skeletal body was covered with fine cracks. Suddenly, the Witch Mary of Justice appeared beside him, holding a brass dagger, wanting to take advantage of the Lich's near death to give him the final blow. Mary's brass dagger, wrapped in dark energy, was about to chop the Lich Anthony. Sunan frowned and shouted, "Justice, get out of the way." The Lich Anthony raised his hand, which was blown to pieces with only 2 finger bones left, and instantly cast a 0.9 ring spell, Rotten Sphere, at Mary, who suddenly approached and wanted to sneak attack him. Suddenly, Mary was horrified to realize that she should not have participated in this battle between first ring wizards. Facts have proved that even the Lich at the bottom of the first ring, who was blown up by Sunan, was not comparable to her, a wizard apprentice with a spiritual power of 85. The next moment, Mary subconsciously used energy counterattack and bounced back the Rotten Sphere, a spell that could kill her if it hit. The green energy ball of the Rotten Sphere flew back to where it came from and bounced back to the Lich Anthony at the moment it was about to touch her. Mary herself was knocked away by the death magic telekinesis emitted by the Lich and spat out a mouthful of blood in midair. Her brass dagger chopped on the Lich's body, leaving only a shallow cut. This was based on the fact that the Lich was completely suppressed by Sunan. If Mary did not have the bloodline of the Paleolithic family, she would have died in her own clever sneak attack. Because the rotten ball was rebounded on the Lich's body, the Lich Anthony was healed of many injuries by the death energy and recovered some mana. You guys look for. The next moment, the skeleton flying dragon in the sky sprayed a soul-fire dragon breath towards the floating Lich Anthony on the ground, completely covering him. At the same time, the Death Knight Vasilian jumped down from the sky and chopped his chest with a sword, knocking him away. Then, Sunan stretched out his right hand, consumed a bottle of Akasha Vortex potion, and then shot out a purple potion energy lightning, which hit the soul fire of the Lich Anthony. This was to completely destroy him. But at this moment, a concave abyss circle appeared under the feet of the Lich Anthony again, and then abyss energy flew out, wrapping him into a black eggshell. This time, an unbalanced red scale symbol appeared on the eggshell. The unbalanced scale emitted a dangerous red light. The rough voice also appeared again. This first ring wizard, you underestimate me too much. Abyss network progressive transformation. The next moment, the huge black egg shattered, and what came out was not the Lich's skeleton body shrouded in death magic, but a female existence with female characteristics, protruding front and back, white skin, a red arrow tail behind the buttocks, a pair of horns on the top of the head, and black hair. Anthony looked at his body, and obviously he didn't expect to be transformed into this. TSK, it turned into a tail-eyed succubus. Sunan checked the so-called tail-eyed succubus, and found that the spiritual power of the creature that Anthony had turned into was 130. It was equivalent to the Rye Mistress who used the Philosopher's Gem that day. It seems that this Abyss network progressive transformation, although it looks a bit chaotic and breaks the rules, is basically still transformed within the energy range of 1 level, and will not exceed the original too much. The tail-eyed succubus Anthony now has an abyss energy shell field equivalent to the wizard's permanent defense field, and it seems that the melee ability is very strong. An iron whip appeared out of thin air in his hand, and he actually fought with the Death Knight Vasilian and the skeleton dragon on equal terms. Sunan took the opportunity to walk to Mary, and said to her, don't participate in this battle anymore. Go protect that slave girl Shire. Mary was also stupid for her own behavior just now. She went up to sneak attack the Lich Anthony. Not only did it not work, but she almost lost her life. Moreover, the energy rebound actually helped the Lich Anthony recover from some of his injuries. Mary nodded to Sunan and said, okay, Lord Sunan, please be careful. The current situation was more complicated than she had imagined. If something happened to Sunan, she would be dead. Moreover, she was a little scared when she thought about how she had dared to enter such a place for exploration before. If Sunan had not accompanied her this time, she would have found the existence of the deep undead town by herself. I'm afraid that even the level of the Skeleton King would be difficult to pass, and she would definitely not be able to pass the level of the Skeleton Dragon. Sunan looked at the battlefield, where the Talazi succubus was fighting with Vasilian and his mount, the Skeleton Dragon. At this time, the Talazi succubus Anthony tried to use a ring of charm on Vasilian and the others, but this trick was not very useful for a death knight like Vasilian who was full of the fire of revenge. Sunan said to Vasilian, let the death knights and the skeleton dragons stay away. I don't want to get entangled with this guy who is sometimes male and sometimes female. A special rune golem rat was thrown by Sunan at the feet of the tail-eyed succubus Anthony, and then Sunan chanted the spell of ecological reversal. In just a moment, the fortress knight Alexander, whose body was now 100 meters tall, was summoned into this town by himself. The error-free version is read at 69 book bar. 69 book 1 bar publishes a novel for the first time. 69 book bar reads, because of the sudden change in weight, the ground bricks and stones, where the rune rat golem was originally located, were directly crushed by the fortress knight Alexander, and Vasilian, leading his mount and the death knights, quickly retreated behind the fortress knight Alexander. The tail-eyed succubus Anthony chased after him, but was stopped by the brown force field group. She looked up in confusion, only to see Alexander leaning over to look at her, and behind him were 10 griffin cannons floating in the air, each as big as a carriage. Then, all the griffin cannons opened fire, equivalent to 20 rounds of one-ring fire demon's wrath at once, which exploded on the Talazi succubus Anthony, and directly blew this abyss demon away again. Moreover, it was blown beyond recognition, and its body was once again in tatters. Alexander chopped over with a gravity knife, and an invisible gravity suddenly appeared on the Talazi succubus Anthony's body, instantly cutting her body in half. Anthony made a rough man's voice. Damn it. In that case, I'll do it again. This time, transform something good for me. At the same time, Anthony's apostrophe body was wrapped in abyss energy for the third time. Sunan raised his eyebrows. At the same time, the intelligent brain suddenly reminded the opponent's mana is detected, and it is becoming more chaotic with each transformation. This time, the degree of chaos seems to have reached the point where he can no longer effectively control his mana. Speculation 1. This is the other party's last chance to transform. Speculation 2. Based on speculation 1, it can be speculated that the creatures in the Abyss energy world can perform multiple network-like progressive transformations according to the order of the mana, but each time the mana is transformed, the mana will become more disordered. If the transformation continues like this, the other party is likely to self-destruct. Sunan has been fighting with this Abyss creature that controls Anthony for so long, and he has almost understood the characteristics of this so-called Abyss creature. No wonder more than 2000 years ago, the energy world was one of the areas that wizards at that time liked to study very much. The biological characteristics of this Abyss energy world are indeed very mysterious. I just don't know how Brutus and Anthony could provoke it. The death of both of them is probably related to it. This time, above the deep undead town, the black abyss energy egg was broken, and a fire demon with a burning flame and a red body and a mental power of 180 stepped out of it. The powerful evil force made the deep undead town even more twisted. The root cause of the appearance of this deep town comes from this abyss creature. Anthony looked at his body and laughed happily. I'm lucky this time. It's actually a Balrog, the body of one of the most reliable demons in the abyss. Wizard, you're done this time. Balrog Anthony summoned a two-handed sword wrapped in flames, and runes appeared on the sword. But at the same time, Alexander aimed all the muzzles at Balrog Anthony in mid-air. Sunan said to Alexander, "Fire at full power." The next moment, the griffin cannon made a rumbling sound of artillery fire, and 40 rounds of fire demon's anger were fired at Balrog's body in a very short time. Explain to it what magic is the primary productive force. Chapter 256, Madfire and Milget's Ring. Bang! The Balrog turned into a meteor and fell to the ground, igniting the surrounding death energy, turning the ground into a sea of fire. It must be said that the energy shell field on the Balrog is much stronger than that of the succubus. Even if it was hit by 40 rounds of fire demon's wrath at the same time, the Balrog's energy shell field was only temporarily broken, and his body was covered with scars. I haven't appeared in this world for too long. I didn't know that magic has become like this now. It turns out that wizards don't need to cast magic themselves. Just make a few things like trumpets, and they can cast a ring of magic on me. The Balrog climbed out of the pit, and he condensed the Balrog two-handed sword again. The Balrog has the fire of chaos on his body, the insanity fire, which is enough to ignite anything. Therefore, the Balrog is the backbone of the demon race in the abyss. The Balrog family is one of the most powerful demon families in the abyss. The higher the level of the Balrog, the higher the temperature of the insanity fire on his body. Like this first level Balrog, its crazy fire temperature is about 4000 degrees Celsius. As a result, all the stones at the place where he fell have melted and turned into a place similar to magma. This is the horror of Balrog. But when Balrog Anthony got up again, he saw Sunan summoned Merio and Kagi, and Merio continued to fire at him with the floating griffin cannon. The wrath of the fire demon exploded on Balrog. In essence, although both sides are flames, they are actually completely different flames. The wrath of the fire demon is magic flame, while the crazy fire is the abyss flame. Therefore, if the wrath of the fire demon bombards too much, it will cause great damage to Balrog. However, Balrog's performance in the face of the wrath of the fire demon will definitely be much better than the succubus just now. Fuck. Balrog noticed that the griffin cannon was still firing at him. This time he didn't dare to confront him directly, and began to retreat quickly to avoid these attacks. The next moment, Vasilian stood in front of him, using the sword of the dead to condense a black knife to fight with him. The Madfire sword and the Death Knight's sword collided with each other. A sharp sword wind was formed. With the two as the center, all the bricks and stones within a radius of 50 meters were blown away. The 3 two-story marble houses near them collapsed in the collision of the two energies. 3 cannons of fire demon's fury exploded behind Balrog to support Vasilian. Vasilian took the opportunity to use Death Coil on Balrog, trying to absorb his mobility and vitality. But an accident happened. As soon as the death coil touched Balrog, it was ignited by the flames on Balrog, and the 3 powerful death energy tentacles all burned. Balrog held up his two-handed sword, blocked Vasilian's black knife, and used his terrifying body to knock it away. Get out of my way. Even the legendary Death Knight, whose body was in contact with Balrog, was ignited. It took a lot of death magic to suppress the flames, about a ratio of 100:1, to extinguish the insane fire. But this also consumed a lot of Vasilian, and he dared not approach the opponent casually and fight with him in close combat. The power of the insane fire was so terrifying. And Balrog, during the time when Vasilian delayed him, was hit in the back by 2 shots of Fire Demon's Wrath. The flames on Balrog had dimmed a lot, proving that this Balrog began to run out of strength after being hit continuously. At the same time, Gaggy fused 5 bottles of Fire Demon's Wrath, accelerated the compression through the Tesla valve, and turned the flames into a flame beam, which was shot directly from the air at the top of Balrog's head as he was about to break out. The Balrog Anthony cried out, "Damn. This wizard has too many tricks." In an instant, highly concentrated magical flame energy hit him, knocking him directly into the ground. Moreover, the 2 horns on his head, representing the devil, were broken, and the two-handed flaming sword in his hand was broken again. The Balrog, which had a huge flame like a furnace at the beginning, now had a dim flame, as if it had just returned from a swim in the sea. The flame on its body almost disappeared, revealing the red demon skin. He tried to climb out of the pit, but the last burst of Fire Demon's anger hit his chest, knocking the Balrog back into the pit. Hateful wizard. If it were in the past, I could kill a wizard of your level in a snap of my fingers. If it were in the past, you would even have to worship me as a god. Traitor, wizard, undead lord, each of you is very hateful. The Balrog tried to climb out of the pit again. Sunan immediately consumed 3 bottles of Akasha's whirlpool and summoned 3 magic potions to hit the seriously injured Balrog's chest with lightning, knocking him back into the pit again. When the Balrog tried to climb out of the pit again, Vasily was behind him, using the Sword of the Dead and slashing him with a black knife. In this way, 5 rounds of back and forth passed. The Balrog looked at Sunan with resentment. Perhaps he knew that Sunan would not let him climb out of this pit today, and he was knocked to the ground and smashed into it. Wizard, you've gone too far. You have to at least give me some respect. I'm the ancient Mage, a being once called God, a being once served by a family of gods, a lord of the abyss plane, and a person who once. Sunan raised his eyebrows, stood outside the deep pit, looked down at him, and said, "Well, Mage, you have too many pasts. Whether you are bragging or not, now you are just a defeated general of mine." Mage was immediately broken and became furious. "Wizard, what do you know? You are still so young. Of course you don't know that if you have a peak period, you will have a trough period, but if there is a trough period, there will definitely be a peak period. I'm an immortal being. Even my enemies in the past could not destroy me. As long as I continue to live, I will definitely be able to return to my peak period. It is not good for you to offend an immortal like this. Immortals have no shortage of opportunities, never lacking." The next moment, his chest was pierced by Vasily. Vasily lifted him up, lifted him into the air, and then threw him to the ground with a knife. The eyes of this beta fire demon slowly dimmed. Vasily stepped on the head of this beta fire demon and said, "I killed a beta fire demon with my own hands." As this beta fire demon died, a ring fell from the beta fire demon's finger. Sunan immediately looked at the ring, thinking that this was the treasure that Anthony the wizard had mentioned, and the reason for Brutus' death, and even the culprit who summoned the power of the abyss, and the source of the self-proclaimed god of the past, the lord of the abyss plane of the past, and the immortal, Mage. The shape of this ring is a cobra with its head and tail wrapped around it, and it is made of a special metal. This yellow metal, Sunan has never seen anywhere else. There is an image of a cobra on the head of the ring. When Sunan was observing the ring, a line of magic words suddenly appeared on the inside of the ring. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 69 book bar first publishes a novel. 69 book bar reads, "When you look at this ring is also looking at you. This is Mikat's ring. As long as you wear it and recite the following spell, you can improve your potential and break through the formal wizard's ring. Spell, coast, city, Astarte, kingdom of Tyre, soul, commerce, trade, Hiran, one of them, surrender to the oldest god, Mikat." Sunan walked to the ring, and suddenly the voice of Mage, who had just disappeared with the Balrog, seemed to appear in his ears again. Wizard, please wear this ring, and you will gain all my wisdom. I will guide you to become a second ring wizard. Wizard, you are different from Anthony, the fool. Anthony did get power, but his mind could not bear that power, so he died. Wizard, your talent is different from Anthony. A genius like you can do anything. This ring is prepared for geniuses like you. This is a Mage, a ring prepared for wizard geniuses. Sunan raised his eyebrows and whispered, is this how you tempted Anthony the wizard, and ambushed and killed his friend Brutus the wizard? Unfortunately, you are right about one thing. Anthony and I are indeed different. I don't need an external object like a ring to improve my potential. I'm more confident than him. Besides, if I really need something from you, I can just study this ring. I don't need you. Sunan took out a bottle of 100-year sleeping potion and chanted a spell at the same time. The curse of the sleeping spell immediately surrounded the Mage ring and then penetrated into it. The Mage ring had a big reaction, and the whole ring was vibrating. A huge cobra illusion appeared in front of Sunan. The head of this cobra was a human eye, that is, the image of a human and a snake overlapped, and the overlapping parts were the human eye and the snake's eye. In addition, the head of this person was a complete 100-meter long cobra, and the head of the cobra was this person. Mage's illusion roared at Sunan, no, you need to wear this ring. As long as you wear this ring, you will become a second ring wizard. Young wizard, you need me. Well, when you are trapped in the limit of a first ring wizard for a long time, wasting your life and doing nothing, it is time for you to come to me. Ha 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 ha. As an immortal, I will wait patiently until that moment. The next moment, his illusion was shattered. This means that Sunan has initially sealed the ring. Sunan took the cobra ring in his palm and looked at it. This thing is the source of the abyss energy of this undead town. It is this thing that caused two formal wizards to die in this subspace, loving and killing each other, and entangled for 1,000 years. Speaking of which, he is indeed a first ring wizard now, and can indeed study the energy world. Sunan looked at the Mage ring and suddenly realized something. He drank a potion with etherstone that enhanced his mental power by +7 and increased his mental power by 1, becoming 211. At the same time, he deployed the brown force field. Sunan's eyes widened, because originally, every time he increased his mental power, his permanent defense force field would have some chaos, until the chaos reached a certain level, so that the energy consumed to maintain his permanent defense force field was far more than the magic energy restored. In this way, the soul limit of a first ring wizard was reached. But now, he just increased his mental power a little bit, and the permanent defense force field that was increased, and then the chaos or entropy increased tendency in the permanent defense force field was actually absorbed by this Mage ring. Sunan immediately understood why Mage had to find a first ring wizard, and promised to help this first ring wizard become a second ring wizard. This ring will indeed absorb the chaos of my permanent defense force field. If it can continue to absorb, I can use an alternative method to become a second ring wizard. Although, it shouldn't be such a good thing. This loophole is too big. The creatures of the abyss may take the life of the wizard who uses this method at any time. The reason why Michael Carter targeted the first ring wizard is that in the process of strengthening the permanent defense field, the first ring wizard will definitely generate a large amount of entropy increase, and this entropy increase is probably the energy that Michael Carter needs. Or in other words, it is what the creatures of the abyss need. This is why he specifically entangled the first ring wizard. Of course, it may also be that he has only so much ability left. If he finds a wizard of a higher ring, he may be the host and become the experimental subject of the wizard of a higher ring. Sunan looked up at the central position of the deep undead town and saw a spiritual tower appearing there. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 257 The Truth from 2000 years ago. The psychic tower that was hidden before appeared again in the town of the dead. Mary was surprised to find that Shire, who was standing beside her and was very scared, suddenly changed her expression and then looked at everyone present with complicated eyes. Then, two people appeared beside Shire. One was the soul of the necromancer Anthony, and the other was the necromancer Brutus, who was the drunkard sleeping at the gate of the town they saw in the surface town of the dead before. Obviously, after Milekut was sealed by Sunan again, and the completely burned snowflake-like Kolash that floated over the town of the dead all year round disappeared, the magic on the three people was also lifted. Brutus's soul said to Shire, "It seems that a lot of things have happened, Shire. But now, everything is over. The Milekut that has troubled us for more than 2000 years has been sealed by a young wizard more than 2000 years later. He did not repeat the same mistakes we made in the past." Shire shed tears, walked up and hugged Brutus. Anthony on the side was a little embarrassed, and then he said, "I remember that more than 2000 years ago, I took the ring of Milekut, and after wearing it, I gained a huge increase in magic power and reached the limit of a first ring wizard. But I gradually discovered that Milekut didn't want me to become a second ring wizard at all. Because if I become a second ring wizard, he will no longer be able to absorb entropy increase from my permanent defense field magic." It was not until then that I realized how big a mistake I had made before. I found the two souls of Shire and Brutus and asked for forgiveness. We set up a plan to completely seal Milekut and prevent him from harming other wizards. In the end, we failed and succeeded. I lost my memory and was killed by the angry Milekut. So, I forgot all my confessions and returned to the state before I got the ring of Milekut, mistakenly thinking that my wish for more than 2000 years was to seize the ring. I was even misled by Milekut to think that I was still looking for the location of the wizard tower. Anthony knocked on his own ghost head. Isn't this completely wrong? I joined forces with Brutus and Shire and combined the wisdom of the three of us first ring wizards. Although we didn't have much power left at the time, and most of the power had been taken away by Milekut, we still targeted him and set up this wizard town. This undead town is like a huge suction cup, which will suck Milekut in and prevent him from leaving. Therefore, this undead town will also involuntarily absorb the souls of the outside world of Corfu into it. However, only energy creatures can't leave. I'm obviously a good person. How did I turn myself into a big villain? Shire, you have to forgive me. You know, more than 2000 years ago, I cried bitterly and asked for your forgiveness, so we were able to successfully design Milekut later. Shire snorted coldly. You have tortured me a lot in the past 2000 years. Brutus also scratched the back of his head. And me, I remember that in the past 2000 years, you often came to me and mocked me when I was in a daze. However, I didn't expect that you were just a puppet manipulated by Milekut, not much better than me and Shire. Brutus looked at Sunan, then bowed and said, "Thank you, latecomer wizard. Your character made you refuse to be used by Milekut, and your qualifications did defeat Milekut, who usurped the power of the three of us first ring wizards. You are an excellent wizard. Before our obsession is about to dissipate, I must thank you for allowing Shire and I to meet again." Shire also bowed to Sunan. "Thank you. Thank you for freeing me from 2000 years of slavery." Anthony sighed and said to Sunan, "I only realized later that it is better to rely on myself than to rely on external forces. The only one who can help myself is myself. I wanted to rely on the ring of Milekut to become a second ring wizard, but I have actually lost the ability to move forward. I have lost the desire to seek knowledge. But if a person regrets and goes back on his word, can his past mistakes disappear? This is a question worth exploring, but it is no longer something I can explore. Our souls have gone through 1000 years, and if the obsession has dissipated, it will naturally not last long. At the beginning, we designed to seal Milekut, but he killed us in return, and ended up perishing together. Moreover, the souls of the three of us were always fooled by him." Brutus looked at Mary Palaelu apologetically, and he said, "I'm sorry, but now I no longer have the ability to remove the black magic on you. But in my wizard tower, there should be a lot of information about my black magic. If it is the overly young first ring wizard next to you, he should be able to find a way to remove your curse quickly through those materials. The black magic is to prevent Michael Carter from attracting wizards from the outside world to enter and find a way to remove the seal." Mary smiled helplessly. After all, as long as she doesn't remove the black magic, she will be constrained by the current situation. Only by removing the black magic can she feel at ease. Sunan understood. So the core of the seal is in that hidden wizard tower. The reason why Michael Carter asked me to find that wizard tower is not for any treasure, but for me to remove the seal and let him leave here. Sunan looked at Anthony. Michael Carter asked you to tell me several times that the treasure that can break through the limit of a first ring wizard and become a second ring wizard is in the wizard tower, just to let you mislead me. The error-free version is available at 69 book. 69 book bar first publish a novel 69 book bar read, but he didn't expect that I could catch you directly. He didn't expect that, even if he performed 3 abyssnet progressive transformations, he was still no match for me and couldn't escape. Anthony nodded and said, that's right, he took advantage of my obsession. That guy, if he was allowed to leave this subspace and enter the real world, he would really be like a fish in water. Foreign wizard, you have solved a huge problem for the world. Sunan understood that Maya Carter had the intention to cause trouble at that time, but he didn't have the ability to do so. Of course, if he was just an ordinary first ring wizard who had just entered this undead town, it would be different. Logically, Anthony, who was secretly manipulated by Maya Carter, could at least escape. Then according to Maya Carter's calculations, he should start looking for the location of the wizard tower and then accidentally unlock the seal for him. Who knew that he directly destroyed and sealed it and even beat out its ring body? Sunan looked at Anthony and Brutus and said, then I have 2 questions now. Consider it my reward for solving a big problem for you. Question 1. Anthony, you said you have reached the limit of the spiritual power of a first ring wizard. Can you describe that limit to me? Question 2. What exactly is Milecut, and how much do you know about the Abyss? How did you get the Milecut ring? Chapter 258. The limit of the first ring wizard's mental power and the demon race. Brutus sighed and said, let me first tell you how I got the ring. In fact, the root of all this lies in me. At that time, our world was being invaded by the energy world, and the school the 3 of us were in was a 2-ring school, Cursed Paradise. Our second ring mentor at the time went to the battlefield and told us not to leave. We were still at the school's residence on Corfu Island. But one day, things suddenly changed. The 3 of us suddenly discovered that there was a strange energy world that partially overlapped with our world, and a meteorite from that energy world fell on Corfu Island. In the meteorite was the ring of Milecut. Brutus said, we all recognized that the ring was an ominous object. Since I was the most powerful at the time, I was the one who kept the ring, and I sealed it in the deepest part of my undead town. Who knew that the 3 of us would be gradually broken down by it, and gradually kill each other? Brutus said to Sunan, Anthony killed Shire in order to seize the ring. He used the news of her death to make me crazy and want to resurrect her, and then I became insane. Then, Anthony took the opportunity to kill me and suppressed our souls in this town of the dead. Later, he himself discovered that Milecut was lying to him. So he came here and asked us to help him. You know what happened afterwards? Brutus said, but before I was killed, or before I became insane, because of the death of my wife Shire, I conducted some research on Milecut. I know some of his background. Sunan nodded. You say? Brutus said, I discovered that Milecut was once the lord of the 101st floor of the Endless Abyss. The Endless Abyss is an extremely large world, possibly even larger than the main material plane. Moreover, based on my research, I believe that the Abyss world and the most powerful energy world whose name was sealed by magic, which launched an active invasion of our world, are in a hostile relationship. The 2 sides should have been at war all the time. The Abyss world seemed to have wanted to invade our world at the time out of such a consideration. They were afraid that after the energy world with the name sealed successfully invaded our world, it would devour our world and increase its strength, thus affecting the balance of the war between the Abyss and that energy world. So in the Abyss world, there were also Abyss plane lords who took the initiative to invade our world at that time. They wanted to let the Abyss world devour our world first and turn our world into a plane of the Abyss, and then strengthen the Abyss world, so as to win the war that the Abyss Lord called the Eternal Blood War. Sunan raised his eyebrows. He had never expected that more than 2000 years ago, there were 2 energy worlds that invaded the wizarding world at the same time. Mary suddenly spoke up and asked, "So, Malgut, is the Abyss Lord who wants to invade our world?" Brutus sneered and shook his head. What kind of invasion was that? At that time, the Abyss world actually didn't launch a large-scale invasion against us. Because according to my research, there was a huge rebellion, or revolution, in the Abyss world at that time. This made the Abyss world directly lose all its ability to wage wars. But I don't know if the Endless Abyss has restored its ability to wage wars. Brutus said, the Abyss world is different from the energy world whose name was sealed. The energy world whose name was sealed would occupy the next world it conquered and train the warriors of that world as cannon fodder soldiers for their legions of the Seven Kings. And the Endless Abyss will only devour the conquered world and turn it into a plane of the Endless Abyss. So no one can tell how many planes the Endless Abyss has now. It is said that there are 666 layers, but that is just an approximate number. Sunan raised his eyebrows. 666. This number represents sin and the devil in all the major order churches. It turned out that it was because of the Endless Abyss. The Church of the Storm even recorded in its religious scriptures that a gigantic monster with 666 printed on its body would come from outside the world and devour the entire world, and only the god of storms and other gods of order could stop the terrible beast. Brutus said, but because of this, there are many races in the Endless Abyss. The natives of the Endless Abyss are primitive demons like Mikut who have existed since ancient times. But later, the Endless Abyss swallowed up too many worlds and formed too many new planes, so a demon race called the New Demon Clan appeared. They were originally just subordinates and slaves of the original demons, but after a major rebellion, most of the original demons were killed by the new demons. Only a small number of original demons hid in the depths of the abyss, lingering on, and dared not show up. And Mikut, according to my research, he is a primitive demon. Brutus said, to put it simply, the demons of the Endless Abyss were originally produced from dead gods, fallen gods and powerful mythical creatures. This kind of demon is called a primitive demon. Mikut is a typical primitive demon. According to my investigation, Mikut once called the shots in a medium-sized material plane outside the main material plane. As the god of human protection, civilization protection and castle protection in that medium-sized material plane. Later, a new god appeared in the plane where he was, and people began to believe in the new god. The new god's power increased greatly, and he killed Mikut. After Mikut's death, he entered the abyss plane, and he was able to call the wind and rain for a period of time, and became the lord of the abyss of the 101st plane, Rotten Sea. Later, when he encountered a rebellion by new demons, he was stabbed in the back again. This time his body was divided into hundreds of pieces, and this ring was made of just one of his body tissues. And the new demon clan is a clan of demons formed by those mortal races who entered the endless abyss after their death. Sunan wondered, why would the original demon formed by gods be defeated by the new demon formed by mortals? Brutus shook his head. I don't know. Maybe it's because there are more demons transformed from mortals, or they understand human nature better. That's all I know. Sunan looked at the Mikut ring in his palm. In other words, this ring was made by Mikut, a stray dog who was driven out of his hometown twice, and was thrown into the main material plane in the form of a meteorite. Because at that time, he was torn to pieces by the new demons. Mikut urgently needed to obtain power replenishment, so he set his sights on the 3 first-ring wizards of the Cursed Paradise, who could continuously generate entropy increase. The 3 first-ring wizards of the Cursed Paradise were also unlucky. Their second-ring wizard teacher happened to be not in the Cursed Paradise school because of the war. If he was, maybe this Mikut would become an experimental subject in the hands of the second-ring wizards. Sunan, who knew the details of Mikut, immediately had a bottom line in his heart. This Mikut ring is actually helpful for the first-ring wizard to break through, to become a second-ring wizard, but it is very dangerous. Studying it is like studying a strong radiation source. Danger and opportunity coexist. Moreover, the progressive transformation of the abyss energy shown by the Mikut ring before also made Sunan feel very interesting. Could it be that different abyss creatures can evolve and transform freely? Another point is that Mikut's energy should be a very difficult existence for the old bastard of the blind monk. It will be very useful to use this to deal with them. Sunan looked at Brutus and Anthony and said, I have another question, which is the limit of the mental power of a first ring wizard. Brutus and Anthony looked at each other. The error-free version is available at 69 book bar. 69 book 1 bar publishes a novel for the first time. 69 book bar reads. Anthony smiled and said, "You are simply the youngest first-ring wizard I have ever seen. You are different from us. You can keep moving forward." After Anthony and Brutus's narration, Sunan and the intelligent brain combined all the previous information and calculated that the mental power limit of a first-ring wizard should be around 600. This made Sunan look at Anthony in surprise. According to him, Anthony had already reached this level before, but was stuck at this stage by Mage, who did not allow him to make any progress. From this point of view, if it were not for the fact that Anthony and Mage had consumed too much energy in the past 2000 years due to internal fighting, I'm afraid that the situation I would have to face would be several times more than before. If I had come 1000 years earlier, the power that Mage could mobilize would have been even more terrifying. Sunan made a judgment in his heart. Generally, if the mental power reached more than 500, it would be considered a senior first-ring wizard. At this time, the first-ring wizard had mana and magical knowledge, and it was the most comprehensive and powerful time. The Oak Wizard, the Shadow Wizard, and Anthony were all at this level when they were alive. Anthony might be even stronger, but death and time took away most of their power. So when I faced them, they were no longer at their peak. According to Anthony himself, his situation was worse than that of the Oak Wizard. He had been fighting with Mage, but Mage was always stronger. After all, he used to be a god and the lord of the 101st layer of the abyss. Although, these two identities have been stabbed in the back now. Sunan felt a little sympathy for Mage, thinking that he was a big victim. After a long-awaited conversation, the remaining souls of Brutus, Shire, and Anthony began to disappear. After all, if the vengeful spirits lose their obsession, they will die. Before, Mage deliberately let them keep the obsession in order to torture them. Now that they have fulfilled each other's wishes, they will naturally disappear. Brutus grabbed Shire's hand, then looked at Anthony with disgust, and forced his hand on the shoulder of his soul. The souls of the three began to dissipate together. Brutus waved to Sunan and said, "Goodbye, thank you, young first-ring wizard. Let's go first." A wizard once proposed a hypothesis. Even after the death of the undead, it is still not the end of life. Although this hypothesis is ridiculous, this time I can use myself as an experiment to see if the undead will really go to another place after death. Sunan suddenly said, "If the undead still have a place to go after death, then will the gods and the heroes and the gods' kingdoms also go to that place after death?" Ahahaha. Brutus laughed. "You actually thought about it." As he laughed, the three first-ring wizards of the Cursed Paradise School disappeared in this undead town. At the same time, the entire undead town began to collapse. Sunan said to the panicked Mary, after the 4 first-level beings supporting this undead town disappeared, this undead town will begin to self-destruct. Come with me to the spiritual tower in the center of the town. I want to maintain this town again. Because of Anthony's accidental behavior, this undead town has actually become a breeding ground for undead creatures. Sunan didn't want the biggest gain of this trip to disappear. Chapter 259. Huge harvest and emergency in the capital. Sunan led Mary, Vasily, the Death Knights, and the Skeleton King straight into the psychic tower. Since Sunan brought a large number of powerful undead, none of the low-level undead skeletons in the town dared to approach. When Sunan rushed directly into the 2nd floor of the psychic tower and entered the magic pool, he used his own magic power to control the magic core in the magic pool, which looked like a tiger talisman. Then he began to reorganize. The magic power of the core of the psychic tower made the magic power, which had become very chaotic, begin to become peaceful again. Soon, the undead town stopped collapsing and everything returned to normal. In this way, Sunan obtained a land of the dead in addition to the magic plant garden and the 4 seasons garden. However, he needed to move this land of the dead from under the statue of Corfu back to his own territory. Sunan planned to put this land of the dead on the northern edge of Baron Frank's territory, because there were often bulgars entering the Storm Kingdom, burning, killing, and looting. Therefore, this land of the dead can continue to be maintained to absorb the characteristics of the surrounding soul fragments. This undead town is a soul fragment black hole, which is different from the heavy spirit land, so it cannot be put together. Sunan began to search for things in this wizard tower and check the harvest of this operation. First of all, there is the ring from the god of the abyss, and the secret land of the undead. Then, there is a large amount of information on undead magic in this wizard tower. There are 3 categories in total: skeleton type psychic magic, black magic, and Anthony's death frost magic. Vasily led the Death Knights, and moved a bunch of selected, precious and important books to Sunan. Sunan saw that the psychic skeleton magic had 6 first ring spell models: group skeleton night summoning, group skeleton bone enhancement spell, group skeleton soul fire enhancement spell, boneland spell, control skeleton dragon spell, and control skeleton king spell. Group skeleton night summoning is to cast psychic magic on a corpse, to summon a skeleton knight strengthened by death magic. In terms of strength, they can basically have the combat power of a knight squire. That is, the situation of the skeletons that Sunan encountered in the deep undead town. The bone enhancement spell is a physical enhancement of the skeleton servant army. It is also the upper magic of the skeleton enhancement spell obtained by the skeleton king that he conquered. The soul fire enhancement spell is also a magic to enhance the skeleton servants, which can enhance the soul energy of the skeletons. The boneland spell is the spell that created this undead town. It is worth mentioning that this spell can transform a subspace and divide it into several layers. Undead can be placed in each layer of space. Even the inner space can slowly and permanently enhance the undead, because it concentrates a lot of death energy. The reason why the surface town and the deep town appear is because Milget's chaotic power distorted everyone's cognition. His power has completely occupied the space of the second layer of the Boneland. Now, he has been sealed by Sunan, and all the crazy undead town residents in the second layer have returned to normal. Gaius and others were originally friends of Brutus, and later died in the war. In order to remember them, Brutus put them into the land of bones to maintain their existence. This was originally intended to leave some memories for himself, but who knew that it would be used by Milget later and become a way to imprison Brutus and his people. Sunan was not going to change the town on the surface, so he controlled the land of bones and moved Gaius and others out of the second layer. The second layer became a breeding ground for the undead, constantly producing middle-level skeleton undead for himself and rolling out high-level skeleton undead. Although these undead can basically not be used as their own combat power, they are also very good to use as potion materials. The manipulation of skeleton dragon spell and manipulation of skeleton king spell are spells for making and manipulating skeleton dragons and skeleton kings respectively. They are the secret spells of their cursed paradise. In particular, the skeleton king spell was carefully created by the second ring wizard of the cursed paradise. There was no such high-level undead species before. At this time, Sunan realized that it was not accidental that the Skeleton King was born in this land of the undead, because there were many semi-finished Skeleton Kings in the deep undead town. The Skeleton King that he collected was the final result of these semi-finished products, which evolved themselves over a long period of time. He was also a peculiar individual, because under normal circumstances, these semi-finished products might not be able to exist stably in the end. As a result, the Skeleton King that he collected not only existed stably, but also was incomparable to the Skeleton King with a mental power of only 50 recorded in the first ring spell magic book. It was very abnormal. Sunan planned to do some simple exploration of his Skeleton King after this to find out why he was stronger than ordinary Skeleton Kings. This kind of powerful individual that was naturally mutated would have a higher research value. In addition to these 6 spiritual spells, Sunan also found 2 first ring head falling spell model magic books, Aging Head Falling Curse and Full Body Decaying Head Falling Curse. In addition, there are 2 first ring spells that Anthony is good at, Frost Nova Curse, and a first ring defensive spell, Frost Death Armor Curse. Sunan even found a lot of experimental records of making Skeleton King, Skeleton Dragon and ordinary Skeleton Knight in this wizard tower, as well as some records of making Lich. Brutus seemed to have wanted to use the technology of Lich transformation to resurrect his wife Shire. As a result, he was backstabbed by Anthony before he succeeded. Sunan felt that Milget might have been backstabbed too many times, so he liked to manipulate people's hearts and let Anthony backstab Brutus. In any case, these are great harvests, which can quickly fill the gap in the information of his undead army led by Death Knight. He has rich experience in making Skeleton Dragon and Skeleton King. Skeleton King is essentially a magic unit and is worth studying. And Skeleton Dragon can be used as an undead mount for the Death Knight core that will be gradually improved in the future. Similarly, he can also study Lich. The Frost Nova, cast by the wizard Anthony before, was impressive. It can attack and control, and can also cast a ranged defense spell on itself, which is very powerful. That magic can be learned directly by Vasily. Anyway, Vasily was also a Psychic plus Frost faction before. In addition, this action made him know the limit of the mental power of a first ring wizard, and had a direction on how to reduce the increase of entropy, so it was a great gain. Sunan opened the magic book of the aging black magic curse, and after reading it once, he said to Mary, "This black magic has a counter curse. I will recite the counter curse in the second half of the book, and I can unlock the black magic on you." Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 69 book bar publishes a novel for the first time. Reading at 69 book bar, Mary couldn't help but get excited. "Thank you, Lord Sunan." Sunan glanced at her and said, "The reason why black magic is different from curse magic is that according to this magic book, black magic needs to be performed by letting a black magic ghost enter your body. The black magic curse can only be successful. In other words, this kind of black magic curse is almost a unique curse magic ability of wizards in the direction of psychic." Mary suddenly felt a chill. So that's how it was. Sunan looked at Mary's eyes carefully. People who have been hit by a black magic usually have a black line in the middle of their eyes. Well, I saw it in your eyes. This is the characteristic of the evil spirit entangled with your soul. I'll help you chant the counterspell. Vasilian, get ready. If the evil spirit doesn't obey the counterspell order later, I will force it out of Mary's body, and then you kill it. Wait a minute. Sunan noticed that Warwick was reporting to him in the wolf pack effect. Warwick told him that King Barry didn't know what was wrong with him. He actually asked all the Stormlords to send troops to support the capital immediately and to deprive the title of any Stormlord who did not obey the order. This is obviously not an order that a normal person can give, because this is an order that has no use except provocation, and everyone could even pretend to be pretending to save face and make do with it. But this order is likely to give some lords a reason to bypass the Storm Church and declare independence. Sunan realized that the current King Barry should be very abnormal, and he may not be himself at all. Warwick told Sunan that the king's conscription officer had come to his territory and wanted to recruit soldiers for him. Warwick said that this conscription officer had a very bad attitude towards their territory. Sunan laughed. Wasn't it the blind man and the blind monk who were deliberately sent here to disgust him? Otherwise, even if King Barry really wanted to recruit soldiers, he should be as cautious with him as he was last time, for fear of offending him. Sunan ordered Warwick to beat the mangy dog out immediately. At the same time, he focused his attention on the Justice Witch. "Okay, I'm going to start chanting the counter spell. Get ready." Mary Valialo stood up immediately. In the reception room of Peter and Paul Castle, the recruiting officer looked at Warwick with a sarcastic expression, put his feet on the table in the reception room, and said rudely, "Why isn't your Earl ready to come out yet? Doesn't he want to contribute to the kingdom? Now that the kingdom is in crisis, he should send troops there immediately. Otherwise, we will deprive him of his title, or he is lawless." Other recruiting officers screamed in pain because Warwick stepped on his leg and kicked him off the chair. Warwick smiled at him elegantly. "A long time ago, I swore that I would never let anyone threaten the family I want to protect. Mr. Recruiting Officer, you are very brave today. You actually provoked us. But provocation requires strength." The recruiting officer rolled on the ground in pain. "You attacked the king's envoy. You are treason. Treason." Warwick smiled. "We all know who you are, don't we? Or, you were beaten to a pulp by us in this land before, but now you think that you can dress like a decent person and take advantage of the fact that the king is under your control?" The recruiting officer's pupils suddenly shrank. Warwick stood beside his head, looking down at him and said, "From the moment you entered Darland, we smelled the stench of Warlock on you. It's just, Mr. Warlock, you may have to crawl back to Stormwind Fort and tell your superiors. But you might as well tell them that the Peter family will be visiting Stormwind Fort soon at the invitation. Ask them to be prepared to welcome the distinguished guests. You are asking for benevolence and you get benevolence. Recruiting officer, you. Really? The next moment, a mutant werewolf hound ran in, bit his neck directly, picked him up, and ran out of the castle. Sunan had already given it an order to throw this disgusting bird at the edge of its territory and supervised it to crawl back to Stormwind Fort. Chapter 260 The Power of the Divine Bloodline. As Sunan chanted, the shadow behind the witch Mary Valiel, the righteous, suddenly stretched. On the black rock floor of the spirit tower, a severely stretched shadow appeared. This shadow was thinner than the average shadow. A little ghost was lying on the shadow of Mary Valiel. The little ghost raised its head, revealing a pair of pupils made of black balls of thread, full of malice. It looked at Sunan unwillingly, as if struggling and unwilling to leave. The reason why the black magic is more dangerous than the curse magic, difficult to crack, and even the caster may lose control of it is because this type of curse magic uses specially made ghosts, which are full of resentment and jealousy towards the living. They have extreme hatred for the living. Just like a beggar with a twisted personality will hate every billionaire. Their production methods are basically extremely cruel, and their deaths are tragic, so they are full of resentment. This kind of cognition can even affect the magic in reverse. Basically, this kind of magic is famous for being difficult to control and powerful. At this moment, the little ghost saw that Sunan still refused to stop the counterspell, and roared. The gravity in the psychic tower seemed to have increased tenfold, and it was about to suppress Mary and Sunan. But the next moment, Sunan did not tolerate it, and directly released his magic pressure, and the little ghost screamed. I hate all living people. The next moment, Vasila's black knife fell on it and destroyed it. Sunan closed the magic book with a strange look on his face. No wonder Brutus was backstabbed by his own friend. It's karma. The magic of the cursed paradise school is too against the will of heaven. In fact, seriously speaking, wizards like Brutus and Anthony have a strong view of wizard elitism. They only regard wizards of the same level as their own people, and they seem to look at mortals from the perspective of another species. Sunan looked at the Witch of Justice. After the Witch of Justice was relieved of the aging curse, her soul suddenly burst out with a powerful magic power, pushing her mental power from 85 to 100. Sunan looked strange and immediately guessed the reason. This was the talent of the Paleolithic family, energy rebound. When he lifted the curse on her that almost killed her, her talent actually rebounded all the damage caused by the curse to her before, including the loss of vitality and magic power. You know, if I hadn't sold her a lot of mental power enhancement potions, the Witch of Justice would have fallen out of the range of 80 mental power and the magic pressure on her would have disappeared. Now, the curse that troubled her has disappeared, and she has turned a disaster into a blessing, and her mental power has broken through to the limit of a first-class wizard apprentice. Sunan looked strange. He didn't expect that the Justice Witch could improve her mental power so quickly. Is this the power of a pure-blooded godman family member? Energy rebound. This talent can actually be used in this way. In this case, if it is a pure-blood commoners, they should also have a more sophisticated use of super intuition. It is much more powerful than Rachel Commonus and the 6 first-ring arcane super intuition spell models of his wolf pack. When the Justice Witch opened her eyes, she showed a hint of surprise in her eyes. She herself didn't expect that such a thing would happen. Sunan said to her, it seems that the God of Law's divine family has a lot of talents that can be developed. If that's the case, you can deliberately accept some curses in the future and improve your strength by removing the curses. Mary said, thank you, Sunan. It's just that I was cursed before, and after removing the curse, at most I had some slight improvements in my status, and I didn't take it seriously. But I didn't expect this curse that almost killed me this time would have such a big effect on my improvement. This is the first time I've discovered this. Before, our divine family really didn't want to become wizards. Sunan nodded and suddenly made a suggestion. Mary, I see you are about to become a formal wizard. How about I provide you with a bottle of Azure potion, a flash +2 potion, a mental strengthening +7 potion, and a life essence concentration +3 potion. Help you break through and become a formal wizard. As a deal, how about you give me a tube of your blood? I don't need too much. 200 milliliters will be enough. Mary Valialio raised her eyebrows and smiled. Lord Sunan, I didn't know that my blood could be so valuable. If you are serious, of course I can make a deal. The 4 bottles of potions provided by Sunan are all of great use to break through to become a formal wizard. This is why Mary suddenly felt that her blood could be so valuable. And 200 milliliters is not much, it's just a relatively small amount of blood drawn at a time. Mary was afraid that Sunan would go back on his word, so she asked Sunan to borrow a white sap stabilizing potion to store her blood, and then drew 200 milliliters of blood, and Sunan also handed her the 4 bottles of potions he promised to give her. Mary looked at him with some surprise. Sunan handed her the scroll of the hexagram binding array, along with 4 bottles of magic potions. This was the array that the petrified witch had traded with Sunan that day. It was a magic array that increased the success rate of breakthrough. Mary looked at Sunan. Let me think about what I should pay with. Sunan waved his hand and said, this is a free gift. At most, it is a small investment in your future. Sunan had a good impression of the Justice Witch Mary. She was a very brave witch. She dared to rush up and launch a sneak attack against the god of the abyss, Makut. It was just that she was not strong enough. If she had the dark energy magic of the formal wizard level, Makut would have been in trouble. Because Mary's dark energy tier and brass dagger had hit the opponent. So, while Mary was still a wizard apprentice, it would be a good idea to make friends with her and let her owe him a favor. Anyway, a magic array data is just a piece of information which can be copied thousands of times. In essence, there is no loss at all. It is just a matter of convenience. Mary's own personality, coupled with her pure-blooded Paleologian identity, is a high-quality stock. If she invests a little, she may get some good returns. Mary was silent for a moment and whispered to Sunan, thank you. Read the error-free version at 69 book. 69 book 1 bar publishes a novel. Read at 69 book bar. She didn't seem to expect that Sunan, who had always maintained a trading relationship with her, would suddenly give her a valuable gift today. Mary hesitated for a moment and sighed. Our Paleologus family is one of the noblest families in the Nicomedia Empire. No, even in the Eastern Human Empire. 11 of our ancestors were universal emperors. The Paleologus family motto is, everything is a bargaining chip. Transactions are emotionless. The interests of the family are supreme and unrivaled. Our family is full of cold calculations. No matter what resources it is, you need to show your talent to obtain them. The low-ranking slaves dare not give me gifts, so this is actually the first time I have received a serious gift. Mary looked at Sunan and said a little embarrassedly, I'm sorry, I seem to be a little too excited. Thank you so much this time. Sunan raised his eyebrows and shook his head. He had heard of Michael VIII of the Nicomedia Empire, the brother of the Justice Witch. That guy was a man who, in order to gain support, even wrote a letter to the Pope of the Order God system, saying that after he recovered the old land of the Eastern Empire, he could merge the Church of the God of Law directly into the Pope of the State Church, so that the two churches that were originally on the same level would return to one. You know, the Church of Law was originally the largest church in the Order God system church. His move was simply to gain support, and he had already disregarded everything, turned against Xiangang, disregarded the feelings of all the people in the Eastern Empire, and the face of the Church of Law. Living in the court of such a person would indeed be very uncomfortable. However, Justice had never received a gift in his life, which surprised Sunan. Sunan asked Mary, do you have a wizard tower to break through to become a formal wizard? Mary said, I do. I got a wizard tower during an expedition. Although it is a wizard tower of the dark school and is different from the dark energy direction, the directions of the two schools are relatively close, so I can use it. Plus, the azure potion you gave me should be able to break through. I will start trying after I go back this time. I hope I won't fail. Sunan said, if you fail, don't force a breakthrough. After all, only when you are alive can you have a future. Okay, I have to take care of my own things. Sunan needs to spend some time to deal with two things. The first is this land of bones constructed with a lot of magic and natural subspace. Now Sunan can only be regarded as a preliminary control, but he doesn't even have complete control over this spiritual tower, let alone this land of bones with 3 layers of space. The second thing is to find a way to deal with the Ring of Mikot. The Ring of Mikot is still too dangerous. Even if he just holds it in his hand to improve his mental power and strengthen the permanent defense field, the entropy increase generated will be absorbed by it. This means that Milkot always has a few hundredths of his body that can absorb his entropy increase and regain strength. The key is that he is happy to see this happen. Therefore, Sunan decided to try to research something that can weaken Milkot, allowing it to absorb his entropy increase, but weaken it at the right time. Mary consciously left the undead town as quickly as possible. Sunan began to let the Death Knights and the 3 major stone golems check every corner of the town to make sure there are no potential dangers inside the undead town. Chapter 261, Mental Power 300. Sunan spent 3 days to confirm that there were no hidden dangers in the undead town. At the same time, he cast his magic into the Land of Bones and completely controlled it. There were about 100,000 low-level undead, thousands of medium-level undead, a skeleton king, and a skeleton dragon in the entire Land of Bones. At the same time, Sunan also thought of a preliminary way to deal with the Ring of Mikot within these 3 days. He used the corpses of the 2-star warlocks he had collected before to extract the Warlock Blood Essence potion. Then, Sunan used a powerful injection spell to inject the Warlock Blood Essence potion into the Mikot ring. Suddenly, some kind of roaring curse, and the sound of the roaring sea, would be heard from the ring, but it would disappear in an instant. Then, Sunan noticed that the power of Mikot's ring had decreased a little. If he could obtain a large amount of Warlock blood, this would indeed weaken Mikot, and prevent him from recovering too much strength. In this way, Sunan could use this ring temporarily. After using this ring, the permanent defense field can be improved faster, because the entropy increase will be absorbed by this ring. Indirectly accelerate the improvement of one's own mental power. Therefore, Sunan's recent mental power has increased to 220. In any case, as long as the huge problem hidden inside this ring is ignored, this ring can indeed quickly improve one's mental power. Just like Anthony the Wizard, Sunan left the town of the dead. Before leaving the town, he used the Niche Reversal spell to teleport all his 3 sacrificial stone golems back to Peter's castle. At the same time, he stood in front of the statue of the god of law on Corfu Island, stretched out his hand, and took the bone land hidden in it into his own hands. The bone land has been modified a lot, and can be carried with you. It looks like a reduced map. Sunan took it back to the castle. Vasilian also learned the Frost Nova spell model. At the same time, Sunan was preparing to digest the psychic magic spell model he had gained this time, and added the advanced magic of summoning skeletons to the Death Knight, so that the Death Knight could summon the Skeleton King, and a large number of advanced skeletons. A week later, Sunan returned to Peter Castle, and raised his mental power to 300 through 3 latest mental strengthening potions in the Mikot ring. In Peter Castle, Sunan looked at the Mikot ring on the laboratory table, where he had done various experiments. He had to say that this ring was really easy to use. Without the problem of entropy increase, it would only take various potions to enhance mental power. However, after reaching 300 mental power, the Flash plus 2 potion, the mental power strengthening plus 7 potion, and the life essence concentration plus 3 potion had a relatively small effect, and Sunan's mental power increase speed suddenly slowed down. He needed to continue to upgrade these potions, or develop a new series. After all, the development potential of these potions developed during the apprenticeship stage was limited, and they had almost been developed to the limit. It would be much easier to develop a new series of potions for strengthening the spirit power of a wizard than to continue working on it. Sunan looked at Vasily, Warwick and Blom, and asked them to try wearing the rings in the laboratory. After Warwick and Blom put them on, they kept shaking their heads, saying that there was a voice that kept nagging in their ears. What it said would help them become second ring wizards. As a result, the voice kept nagging for a while, and then began to scream, "Why don't you have magic pressure and permanent defense field?" Then it fell silent. After wearing it, Vasily said to Sunan, "Master, after I put on the ring, I did hear his voice, but the voice was too small. And now." Vasily was wrapped in black death magic, and his eyes glowed red. "And now, I can't hear anything at all. I have been deceived by a lie for more than 60 years, and now there are still people trying to deceive me. This is ridiculous." The wall of my heart is as deep as the distance between life and death. The sound of his stupid lies can't reach my heart at all. Sunan understood, and Vasilan directly blocked the voice of Mikut. After all, Mikut, after being sealed by his own 100-year sleeping spell, and weakened by the warlock bloodline, has become very weak. And Vasilan's will is too strong, causing Vasilan to ignore Mikut directly. Sunan saw that Mikut's ring vibrated, as if it was angry. In Mikut's ring, Mikut's will was very angry. Damn wizard, how did you let my ring fall into the hands of these weirdos? Either there is a life level of 1 ring, but there is no magic pressure, or the heart is as cold as that high level undead, and it is completely unaffected by my bewitching. Their master, the young wizard, has such a deep understanding of the energy world. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 69 book bar publishes a novel for the first time. 69 book bar read if this continues, it will really become that they are taking advantage of me. Compared with this group of people, Brutus and Anthony are as easy to deceive as pure little lambs. I must find a way to let the ring fall into the hands of others. Otherwise, if it stays in their hands, I will probably be taken advantage of forever. Or, find the time when their hearts are weak. But, the wizard's mana growth rate is far beyond my expectations. He only needs to drink a few bottles of magic potions every day, and then his mental strength will increase every day. Where did he get so many high-level magic potions? Can't he drink them all? Will he really be stuck at the second ring wizard? Maya Carter was a little unsure. In the past, he also had such a subordinate, but that subordinate only made rapid progress at the beginning, but then he was stuck at a certain difficulty, and could not make any progress for hundreds of years. So now Milgard is pinning his hopes on Sunan Peter being a genius of this type. Otherwise, his mental power is now sealed by Sunan Peter with a 100-year sleeping spell, and he can't leave the ring too far away, and he is making trouble in the Earl Peter's territory like in the Cursed Paradise. Sunan said to Vasilan, then this ring will be temporarily handed over to you for use and sapphire keeping. You must wear it at all times, until I ask you to give it back to me. Vasilan knelt on one knee to Sunan, and placed the ring on his left index finger. Yes, my master. Please rest assured, if you give it to me, I will never let this ring escape the control of our Peter family. Sunan nodded. Giving this ring to Vasilan can share his pressure and keep the ring for him. Secondly, it can allow him to use this ring with the potion, to increase his mental power to 300. In this way, there will be 2 warriors close to the senior first ring wizards in his territory. This is the benefit of having powerful subordinates. Chapter 262. Transforming your own vampire baron, and returning to your ancestors. In the dungeon, Sunan used ultrasonic waves of a special frequency on Raphael in the dungeon. For a first ring wizard, creating a 0.5 ring sonic magic of this kind is just a handy thing. At best, it is not as exquisite as the spell model created by wizards of the sonic school. At this time, under the special frequency, Raphael gritted his teeth. In Sunan's eyes, his synthetic soul was disintegrating and splitting. In this experiment, that lasted for 2 hours, his synthetic soul finally split into 2 halves. One soul was his own, with the power of a second-class wizard apprentice. One soul was a woman's, but it was not very healthy. In Sunan's eyes, it was like a woman's soul without limbs, only a body. Sunan used psychic magic to capture the warlock energy and soul she carried on her body, and stretched out his hand, to make it fall into his palm. In the cell, Raphael yelled frantically, anxiously, "What happened to me? Why did my warlock power disappear? Only magic is left. What happened to me?" Sunan glanced at the soul in his hand, and put it into the Bai tree sap stabilizing potion. By scanning and analyzing this incomplete woman's soul, he could completely analyze the blind monk's synthetic soul technology. Sunan said to Raphael, "It's nothing. I just turned you into a complete wizard. The warlock energy is originally plug-in, the incomplete soul of a woman in your synthetic soul. Your warlock power is essentially not your own. On the contrary, your wizard power belongs to you from beginning to end." Raphael made an incomprehensible roar. Perhaps he couldn't accept that from then on, he became a complete wizard, and lost all his warlock power. The Witcher Selina next to the prison asked Sunan expectantly, "Lord Sunan, can you turn me back into a pure wizard?" Sunan scanned her soul and felt that she probably wouldn't want to be separated from her best friend, so he said, Selena, power is not the most important factor in identifying identity and position. Perhaps the warlock power in you is your friend's good blessing to you. The main thing is that he also needs to keep the witcher alive intact. There are only 3 living bodies in total, so he only needs to disassemble the soul of one witcher. In case his theory is wrong, he still has experimental materials to continue his research. The witcher Selena grabbed the prison railings and looked at Sunan with a dazed look. Is it a blessing? My friend's blessing to me. She now knows what the so-called witcher trial and witcher potion of the blind monk are, so she can naturally guess part of the truth. Selena hugged herself and smiled. So you have always been by my side, right? So you are keeping this warlock power for me. Thank you. After Sunan finished speaking, he ordered the ordinary werewolf who served as the jailer to open Cole's cell. Sunan said to the vampire Cole, who looked at him with admiration, Cole, I'm going to the capital of the Storm Kingdom to meet an old friend. I need a powerful vampire on my side to prove that the vampire clan must stand on my side. Are you willing to go with me? Cole was immediately pleasantly surprised. He felt that he was hit by a huge surprise. He was originally an ordinary blood slave following Vanessa, but in Sunan's prison, his power gradually increased, and he turned into a powerful vampire. He could also talk directly with the immortal king. Cole said to Sunan, Master, I'm willing. Sunan looked at him and took out a bottle of bright red potion. Then Sunan used a single powerful injection spell on him and injected the 4 times sublimated vampire Baron potion he had researched into his body. Cole felt that all the blood in his body was being reorganized. A blood servant could not be stronger than his master, just like a ghost could not be stronger than his master. But at this moment, Cole was shocked to find that his strength was increasing rapidly, catching up with his master, and after he drank the potion, the master, that is original, Return to the Ancestors, was directed to turn from Vanessa Van Helsing to Sunan. The blood clan is a family with very strong family ties. Every converted lower level blood clan is the descendant of the upper level blood clan, and every blood clan descendant will be affected by Return to the Ancestors. They are more loyal to the upper level blood clan, although this loyalty is not as strong as the tenfold loyalty of the werewolves to Sunan. This loyalty is probably the attitude of a son to his parents among ordinary people. If the parents are not good to their children, these lower level races will also have the will to resist. But now, Cole noticed that Sunan not only modified the target of Return to the Ancestors, but also strengthened Return to the Ancestors, making Return to the Ancestors more loyal than 10 times like the werewolves. In Cole's eyes, Sunan's image became taller, and he naturally wanted to obey any of Sunan's orders. This level of loyalty is difficult to break. Sunan looked at Cole and said, Have you become a vampire baron? This is a new title system I have formulated for the blood race. Your speed and strength should be faster now. The error-free version is available at 69 book bar. 69 book bar first publishes a novel. 69 book bar reads Sunan scanned Cole and found that his speed has reached 15 and the other values are all 7, which can be said to be a great improvement in his combat power. Moreover, the 4 times sublimation vampire Baron potion can also give him the ability to hypnotize, but the weakness of vampires fearing sunlight has not been solved. But as long as their own strength is sufficient, their ability to withstand sunlight damage will also increase accordingly. Cole was more loyal to Sunan. He knelt on his knees and said to Sunan with his head down, My great master, I'm in better condition than ever before. Sunan was paying a huge price for a horsebone. He wanted to let the vampires on the side of the Blind King see what they could get by joining him. What did they get by joining the energy world? The main thing was that vampires were linked to werewolves in the mystical sense. If the energy world discovered this, it might cause huge problems to deal with werewolves from this point. Therefore, Sunan had to prevent this from happening in advance. Sunan positioned vampires as speed melee fighters. His potion strengthened the speed, strength, and immortality of vampires, and connected his vampire baron with the sun in the mystical sense. However, Sunan had already discovered that there was a weak connection between vampires and the sun, and he just strengthened this connection further on this basis. The immortality of vampires was related to the sun, so for some reason, sunlight became one of the weapons that could kill them. The vampire baron has double immortality. Of course, his combat power is not as good as his most mature potion system, the werewolf series of potions, and the werewolves transformed. Vampires are speed type melee fighters, and werewolves are comprehensive melee fighters. Anyway, Sunan is going to take the melee route for these two races. After all, the two are mutually dependent and common enemies, which is good for everyone. 2 days later, in the castle attic, Sunan analyzed the werewolf fusion potion through Raphael's split soul. At the same time, Sunan completed a one-ring acoustic school spell model, Demon Hunter's Woe, specifically for Demon Hunters. Chapter 263 Heading to Stormwind Castle. Storm Kingdom, 58th year, the second month of winter. Sunan received a document from Storm Castle with the King's seal in Peter Castle, a document to remove the noble title. Sunan looked at it in the study and found his name in it. Not only that, he also expelled the Latin Duke of Thessalonica. There is also the Duke of Achaia, the Earl of Attica, and a list of hundreds of nobles. The king is simply going to cancel more than 2/3 of the noble titles in the kingdom, and cancel the loyalty obligations of all territorial residents to these lords. At the same time, King Berry issued a royal decree requiring the Storm Church to follow him to expel all the nobles mentioned above and prohibit these synlords from holding mass and praying to the god of storms. It's just that the Storm Church and the Archbishop remained silent this time. Perhaps the Storm Church can't understand the royal family's tricks. In any case, there are two parts that maintain this kingdom. One is the kingdom and the other is the church. As long as the Storm Church doesn't go crazy, the only one who will become a joke is the Storm royal family. King Berry prepared to summon the Kingdom Parliament in Stormwind Castle a week later, and use the Parliament to formally force the church to issue an excommunication order. In the study, Sunan suddenly smiled while holding the warrant with the royal seal. When he signed the contract with Berry before, he actually saw Berry's signature. Although the signature on this document looked very much like Berry's signature, Sunan could confirm after a closer look that it was not Berry's signature. Sunan smiled and said, "Then I know that Berry is not involved in their organization, nor is he coerced by them. The king in the Stormwind Palace is simply a fake. But this time, they are quite imaginative. If they are really allowed to convene the Kingdom Parliament in a week, they may really be able to achieve the situation of completely dividing the Storm Kingdom." Sunan thought, "Then I have confirmed one thing. After the energy world destroyed the Eastern Human Empire, the next kingdom to be destroyed will be the Storm Kingdom. Destroying this kingdom is beneficial to them. The demise of this kingdom means more losses than benefits for me. Moreover, the energy world is the enemy of the wizards, and I will not let the enemy do anything they want to do." Warwick helped Sunan organize the documents on the desk and said, "The style of doing this matter is not like the blind nun. The blind nun is more direct. She likes to use assassination and other more direct means to cause chaos in a region." Sunan thought of the blind monk. "Yes. Prepare the carriage. This time we are going to the capital as the creditors of the royal family." Previously, he had sent people to receive the capital library that the royal family sold to him, but he had not yet completely sorted out the books and moved them to his own territory, and he had not yet obtained the inheritance of the Deep Blue Wizard. During the 2 weeks of preparation, Sunan also helped Vasilian increase his mental power to 300 and used a large number of consumable potions to let Vasilian learn the 2 magics of Frost Nova and control Skeleton King. At the same time, Sunan used 2 weeks to let his 40 mutant werewolves all wear arcane flash rings and arcane shield rings. In addition, he made 20 bottles of werewolf fusion potion, which can allow 2 werewolves to temporarily merge and gain the power of 1 + 1 greater than 2. Sunan also refined a bottle of Ancient Tree of Knowledge Treeman potion within 2 weeks, but he has not yet found a suitable tree to transform it into an Ancient Tree of Knowledge Treeman. After all, it was a first-string creature. It was not easy to find a tree with this qualification. The trees in the Four Seasons garden could not be used. Sunan could only think of a way to see if he could trade for a suitable tree at the gathering, or he could go to Stormwind Castle to see if he could find suitable magic resources. In the laboratory, Rhymistress and Songzang were stepping up the production of special firefox skins to help Sunan refine the wrath of the fire demon. The arcane swarm was searching for the entrance to other underground worlds inch by inch in the underground world. Now, whether it was their own mental power, swarms, wolves, tree people, death knights and golems, their development had temporarily entered a stable stage. They needed to find new magic resources to move forward. This was also the purpose of Sunan's trip to Stormwind Castle. The news that Sunan was going to Stormwind Castle did not attract the attention of most people, because now even the Latin Duke of Thessalonica was protesting to the Storm royal family. The aristocratic circle of the entire Storm Kingdom seemed to have exploded. Therefore, it became a very common thing for an earl to go to Stormwind Castle at this time. Moreover, Sunan went there as a creditor of the royal family, which made it even more reasonable. The Latin Duke of Thessalonica now led his army to Stormwind Castle and stationed outside Stormwind Castle. Although the Latin Duke of Thessalonica could not defeat the Bulgars, he could not defeat the royal army that had been hit hard in succession. Especially now the attitude of the Storm Church was very ambiguous. Sunan went to Stormwind Castle with Warwick, Blom, Robert who had just become a Storm Knight, as well as Vasilian, the Death Knights and the Vampire Cole. With the Niche Reversal spell, Sunan could easily summon tree people, insect swarms, and golems. And there was also a need for the power to defend the home, so he did not bring an army like the insect swarm. Outside Stormwind Castle, there was a forest to the north and a plain to the south. Stormwind Castle was formerly the capital of the Eastern Human Empire, and had a history of 1,000 years. Stormwind Castle had 2 walls on land, and was surrounded by the sea on 3 sides, making it easy to defend, and difficult to attack. The castle complex on the wall of Stormwind Castle was magnificent and grand, full of magnificence. On the way to Stormwind Castle, there was an army escorting a convoy of 15 prisoner carriages. These prisoner carriages were filled with well-dressed and pampered nobles. A large number of soldiers were guarding the prisoner carriage convoy vigilantly, as if they were always worried that someone would attack the prisoner carriage convoy. Sunan sat in the carriage and ordered Blom, who was driving the carriage, to intercept it. A passing farmer asked him what was going on with the prisoner carriage convoy. The farmer immediately lowered his voice and responded to Blom, "Those people are prisoners of the Earl of Granville's family. We heard in the streets that it was the people of the Earl of Granville's family who angered King Barry. I think that some of the adults appointed by King Barry are unreasonable. As a result, just a few days ago, the Earl of Granville's family were all dealt with for treason. The king's army and knights surrounded the Earl of Granville's family. Maybe there is really something wrong with the Earl of Granville's family. Otherwise why would the king deal with them?" The error-free version is read in 69 book bar. 69 book bar first publishes a novel. 69 book bar read Blom in the wolf pack effect, nodded to the farmer, gave him a silver coin, and then drove away in the surprise of the farmer. The Death Knights escorted the 3 carriages of the Peter family heading to Stormwind Castle this time. Sunan knew what was going on at a glance. It should be that the blind monk was eliminating dissidents and clearing out all the nobles who might discover their true colors from the capital and continue to disrupt the politics of the Storm Kingdom. Sunan and his carriage had not moved forward 200 meters when they suddenly heard a chaotic sound behind them. He opened the carriage and saw that a cavalry unit suddenly rushed out from the nearby woods in the distance and attacked the Storm Royal Army. The knights in the Storm Royal Army shouted, "There are rebels! There are rebels!" The knights who rushed out of the woods shouted loudly, "We are not rebels. The Earl of Granville's family has always been loyal to the kingdom, but now there is a traitor in the royal family." The 2 sides fought. The farmers and merchants on both sides of the road avoided them one by one. Sunan ordered Blom to enter Stormwind Castle and rush in before the gate of Stormwind Castle was closed. Sunan leaned on the carriage, tapped the window with his fingers, and said, "It has really become very chaotic in the capital. All forces have gathered here. You stop singing, and I will come on stage. Then it's my turn. First, I will go to the capital library to receive the resources that belong to me. Secondly, let Wolf 3 go to the area near Bulgar to find the wizard relics of the Golden Wizard. Then, there are many warlocks in this city now. I want to catch some and use them to deal with Mylcot. Then, we will find the remaining vampires who are loyal to the energy world. The commercial trade in Stormwind Castle is very prosperous, but it is basically managed by people from the Platinum Commercial Republic. After Sunan and his friends entered Stormwind Castle, they immediately rented a decent villa and a small manor in the inner city of Stormwind Castle. With the gold mine in the Rye underground region, Sunan was not short of money at all, so he simply bought a comfortable residence. Then, Sunan went directly to the capital library. The capital library has a long history and covers a large area, but at this moment, not many people have entered it. Sunan came to the first floor and found the staff member in charge of guidance and zoning in the library. He asked, "I want book number 1023 in your library." Before the middle-aged staff member could react, Sunan quickly stated his identity. "By the way, I'm the new owner of this library, Sunan Peter." The middle-aged staff member looked at the family emblem on the complicated blue aristocratic robe on Sunan's body and finally realized that this was the new owner of their library. He immediately bent down and said to Sunan as usual, "Hello, Lord Earl. I will get the book for you now." Sunan said, "Have many people borrowed book number 1023 before?" The middle-aged staff member thought seriously for a moment. "Lord Earl Peter, there shouldn't be many. Because there are so many books in the library. There are hundreds of thousands of books. So basically there won't be too many people who will read book number 1023, but there are also some people who won't. We haven't noticed it, so we can't be sure. But anyway, this book has not been lost. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 264, Obtaining the Inheritance of the Deep Blue Mask School. Soon, the staff brought him book number 1023. Sunan opened the book and found that book number 1022 was a collection of ancient mask textual research. The book recorded that in the ancient Teutoburg forest area, there was a unique cultural phenomenon, mask culture, and there was also a carnival to match it. During the carnival, the soldiers of the Teutoburg forest would wear masks on themselves. The poor pretended to be rich, the rich pretended to be poor, the mortals pretended to be mythical creatures, and the wizards wore masks and pretended to be who they wanted to be. However, Sunan had never heard of this festival. It is estimated that after the change of the Order God system, the Order Church no longer allows this kind of festival that offends the gods to appear. Sunan soon realized that there were a lot of hidden codes hidden in this book that was almost half a person's height. Sunan asked the intelligent brain to extract it. Suddenly, this book that recorded the ancient mask culture became a magic book that recorded the mask school. The first half of this magic book is the meditation method of the mask school, the deep blue mask meditation method, and the rest is composed of 21 deep blue mask spells from 0.5 ring to 0.7 ring, and finally 3 first ring deep blue mask spells, the first ring deep blue mask school spells, dark blue mask spell, light blue mask spell, and face changing spell. The mask school generally believes that a person's face can represent the characteristics of his soul, and the characteristics of his soul can be shown through his face. Moreover, people in different periods will have different faces due to different psychological conditions. For example, he was originally a strong and capable young man, but because he was too lazy, he became a fat man, and his face was changed by his own characteristics. The mask school believes that you can change your soul characteristics in turn by wearing a mask and have special spellcasting abilities. The sub-direction of the mask school believes that blue is the color of mental power, the color of calmness and rationality. Wearing blue masks of different colors can obtain different spellcasting abilities. From this book, Sunan learned that the mask school was a very niche school in the past, and the deep blue mask school was even more niche among the niches, so the deep blue wizard himself stopped at 1 ring, and could not move forward. His magic path itself had serious problems, so it was too niche. The deep blue mask spell is to use special magic and spells to transform a deep blue demon mask of a specific shape. Wearing this deep blue demon mask can improve mana, and can also turn mana into telekinesis, releasing powerful telekinesis attacks on the enemy. The light blue mask spell is to use special magic to make a light blue demon mask of a specific shape. After wearing it, it can allow wizards to gain stability in mana and make disordered mana become stable again. At the same time, the light blue demon mask will allow the wizard who wears it to transform mana into a wall of telekinesis. The face changing spell is a magic that repeatedly performs different masks on the face without interval transformation. Sunan checked it out and found that this so-called deep blue mask meditation method does have many unique features. But there are also many things that are correct at the first stage, but going further up is the wrong place. Sunan nodded. Basically, he could only refer to this set of inheritance. However, what he was most interested in was the effect of the light blue demon mask, which could smooth the mana and transform it into a wall of telekinesis. If the demon who performed the Abyss Net progressive transformation wore the light blue demon mask, it would probably be able to perform the net progressive transformation once more. Sunan raised his eyebrows, but this didn't seem to be of much benefit to him. Sunan said in his heart, "Intelligent brain, record the meditation method and spell model of the deep blue mask school, analyze the ones that can enhance melee combat effectiveness, and transform the mask spell model." Although I don't have high expectations, the concept of the mask school itself is not without merit. For example, different faces will in turn change one's own characteristics. Sunan thinks that if future werewolf hunters can wear corresponding masks to enhance their melee combat capabilities, it seems good. Sunan put the book away and said to the library staff, "I want to lend this book out and don't want to leave any records. Is that okay?" Now Sunan is the owner of this library, so the staff naturally has no objection. He said, "Of course, Lord Earl." Sunan began to collect the books in this library. There are hundreds of thousands of books in this library. Maybe the Deep Blue Wizard is not the only wizard who left his heritage here. Moreover, the information obtained and calculated from these books are also very precious materials. However, just recording the books in this library, even with Sunan's current improved recording efficiency and reading efficiency, it should take more than a week. During this week, Sunan can only stay in Storm Castle. In the Wolf Pack effect, Wolf 3 is looking for the treasure of the Golden Wizard in the area bordering Bolgar and Storm Castle. According to the records left by the Oak Wizard in his library, the treasure of the Golden Wizard should be in this area. If it is not discovered and taken away in advance, or if the Golden Wizard is successfully resurrected. The Oak Wizard emphasized that the Golden Wizard was good at combining gold and death in his magic. He had a unique understanding of death, which led to his spells being deeply related to gold. Moreover, the Golden Wizard was a half-step second-ring wizard. If Sunan could obtain his inheritance, he would have a chance to break through the second ring. Read the error-free version at 69 book. 69 Books publishes a novel at the first post. 69 Books read very quickly, and it was already night. Next to the capital library is a church in the capital. It is not the largest, but it is the third largest church in Storm Fortress. It is full of senior clergy of the Storm Church. At night, Sunan, who was reading a book, suddenly noticed a huge bang vibration coming from the church next to the library. Sunan closed the book, frowned, and looked at the church in the dark. I didn't expect that even reading a book would be affected. Because the energy world hijacked the Storm King, is there so many rats in this city? In an instant, Sunan used the arcane flash ring to teleport out of the great library and came to the front of the church. All the guards and knights in front of the church stood there like clay figures. Even when Sunan walked past them, they did not react at all. Sunan raised his eyebrows. These guards were obviously hit by the spells of the warlocks, which should be a mixture of evil water and stupid soil, which made their souls stupid. As a result, they became motionless wooden men. Sunan looked into the church. At this time, there were still candles lit in the church. There were many figures inside. Obviously, a conspiracy was happening in this church. An inverted pentagram appeared at the base of the ground of this church, forming a barrier to prevent people from approaching. Sunan walked in front of the barrier and raised his eyebrows. He had thrown a special rune rat golem into it before the barrier was formed. At this time, he chanted the no traversal spell and teleported himself in. Unexpectedly, the energy world is now so unscrupulous in doing things in Stormwind Castle. Chapter 265. Blind Monk, what are you busy about? In the Storm Church, the blind monk brought 10 3-star warlock demon hunters and more than 22-star warlocks to the third largest church in Stormwind Castle. The senior priest of this church, Mitchell Fleck, looked at his deacon, his nephew, Frank Jr., and showed sadness. Because it was Frank Jr. who invited the blind monks to enter this church. If not, they would not have been able to enter this church at all. Of course, not everyone can invite creatures from the energy world to enter on behalf of the owner of this church. But the problem is that Frank Jr. is Mitchell Fleck's family member and his deacon, and has some of his authority. Little Frank didn't dare to look at Mitchell Fleck's eyes. He waved his hands and said, "I didn't mean to do it. No, I mean, uncle, I had no choice. I was forced. I got addicted to gambling, and I owed a lot of money. I borrowed a lot of money and paid back part of the debt, but who knew that I would run into loan sharks, and I owed more and more, until someone gave me a monk's cube and told me that, as long as I opened it, I could get rid of this sad situation. Uncle, as long as you agree to the monk's request, you will be fine. We can even enter the monk's cube. Our bodies will be reshaped, all diseases will disappear, and our bodies will be stronger." Old Frank sighed. He was wearing the clothes of a senior priest and holding a church staff. He said, "Child, you will lose more. If you are short of money, I can help you pay it back. Even if you can't pay it back, you have only lost worldly money. Your soul and your body still belong to you, but now you have nothing left." Old Frank looked at little Frank and sighed. "Your soul and body already belong to someone else. I'm so sorry." Little Frank wanted to say something, but he hesitated and said nothing. Suddenly, the statue of the god of storms in the church fell to the ground and broke into pieces. Old Frank exclaimed, "God of storms." The monk came out of the darkness and stared at old Frank. "Mortal, please be careful with your address. Here, only I'm a god." The blind monk raised his left hand, and suddenly a series of iron hooks appeared. The monk's iron hooks hooked little Frank's skin and lifted him into the air. Little Frank screamed in pain and panic. "Master Monk, what are you doing?" "Ah." The skin on one of his arms was pulled away by the iron hook. Then, his legs, his shoulders, his skin and flesh were all shattered by the iron hooks. But this was not pitiful. The reason was that his body had long been transformed by the monk's magic cube and turned into a synthetic man. Even from all angles, his body no longer belongs to him, but he doesn't know it. When Frank Jr. looked down and saw the 2 hearts pulled out of his chest by the iron chain, he was shocked and said, "How can there be so many hearts in my body, not just 2? Am I still a human?" "No, I'm no longer a human. I'm in the monk's cube. My body has turned into minced meat, and after being reassembled, it is not my original body." "Ah." Old Frank turned his head away, unable to bear to see his nephew end up like this, but he knew in his heart that this was the consequence of his nephew's own actions. "I have cleared out a traitor," the blind monk said to old Frank. "No matter what era, traitors are always disliked. But human pursuit of art transcends standpoints." Mitchell Fleck, how many sins have you seen in the Church of the Storm? Where did the priests of the Church of the Storm take those boys and girls? What did you see with your own eyes in the welfare house of the Church of the Storm? Mitchell Fleck, do you admit it or not, the Church of the Storm is a gathering place for a group of evil people. Therefore, this sin summoned us, and it was you who summoned us here. And you seem to be dissatisfied with the king's policies recently. The king needs loyalty. Mitchell Fleck suddenly raised his head and looked at the blind monk with sharp eyes. "Are you the king's man? Is the king crazy to cooperate with you crazy people?" The blind monk made a ha-ha sound. "We are not crazy. We are artists who shape this era." The next moment, the monk's chain hooked on the shoulders of old Frank, and old Frank screamed. The blind monk said, "We need you to obey the king's order and excommunicate those who are disloyal. But if you still refuse to accept it, then I can only let the monk cube reshape you, so that your soul and flesh and blood will be under our control." Mitchell Fleck, wake up. The church is not worthy of the loyalty of a noble soul like you. Only the king is the one you should be loyal to. Today, we will transform this church into one of our paradises for gathering and rejoicing. The inverted pentagram array appeared under the feet of the blind monk, and the powerful energy of the energy world gathered through the inverted pentagram array under his feet, and injected into his body. The blind monk and the blind monks behind him are going to transform the church here to further reduce the sacred authority of the god of storms. As long as the sacred authority is reduced, and the church is successfully transformed, the gate that has been summoned to the blind realm can be expanded. In this way, more advanced warlocks and creatures from the energy world can enter this country, and the prerequisites for entering the second phase of the plan can be met. Help, help. Old Fleck's body was now hung in the air by dozens of iron hooks. The blind monk said, "There is no one else here, no one can save you. All the soldiers, knights, and priests have been killed by us. But don't worry, when the sun shines on this paradise, all the monks, soldiers, and knights will be restored by my monk's magic cube and become normal looking humans. Poor human, your god can't save you after all." Old Fleck, who was hung in the air, rolled his eyes and showed a funny expression. "No one. Who is the person standing behind you?" As soon as these words came out, 10 3-star warlock demon hunters and dozens of warlocks all turned their heads. They were shocked to find that there was really a person standing behind them. Moreover, from beginning to end, if it weren't for old Frank's reminder, they didn't notice this person. The blind monk slowly turned his head, and then he suddenly fell silent. Sunan waved at him. "Hey, blind monk, you are still working so late. Why, you look busy. But even so, I still want to ask you, which vampires have defected to the energy world? Hand them over, or I will kill you all." Sunan smiled at hundreds of warlocks in the church. In an instant, all the warlocks in the church became angry. Who is this human? He is too arrogant. Too arrogant. He is just a human. We will attack him together. He is alone. What can he do? The next moment, Sunan used a remote injection spell to spread 3 bottles of first level wolfsbane throughout the closed space of this church. As luck would have it, this church was completely sealed by the warlock group with power. Not only did they not allow outsiders to enter, but they themselves were also sealed in this space, except for the blind monk. So the first level wolfsbane filled the closed space. And wolfsbane is a mixed toxin specially developed to restrain energy creatures. Now, in the entire church, all the warlocks who tried to attack Sunan had inhaled the first level wolf poison. Although it was not fatal, all the warlocks felt suffocated and weak. However, the 10 3-star demon hunter warlocks performed well. They immediately cast the stupid soil and evil water, mixed in a specific ratio, and covered their mouths. They were not affected by the wolf poison. The blind monk slowly looked at Sunan and said, "Sunan Peter, why are you here?" The next moment, Sunan used a single powerful injection spell to inject 3 bottles of fire demon's wrath into the blind monk's body at the same time. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 69 book bar first publishes a novel. Read at 69 book bar. The blind monk probably didn't expect that Sunan would take action so directly. Before he could react, he felt that 3 bottles of fire demon's wrath were injected into his energy shell field, and 3 bottles of fire demon's wrath mixed with wolf poison were injected. Suddenly, the blind monk was blown away. The blind monk fell on the wall. He stood up from the ground in a panic. There were fell lightning wrapped around his body. It seemed that he had suffered a lot of damage. He said angrily, "Monster hunter, hunt him down." When the 10 3-star demon hunters wanted to attack Sunan, Sunan directly released the first level spell, Demon Hunter's Woe. Suddenly, in the unbelievable eyes of the blind monk, his elite troops all fell to the ground. Before, Sunan made Raphael's soul split, and it took 2 hours. First, because the technology was not mature enough at that time, there was only a 0.5 level special spell of the sound wave school, and second, he wanted to ensure that his 2 souls remained intact as much as possible. When Sunan was fighting, he directly used the spell of the first level sound wave school, and he did not want to keep their synthetic souls intact, so the synthetic souls of the 10 demon hunters all began to split within tens of seconds. In this way, Sunan used a ring of wolf poison to deal with most of the warlocks, used a ring of sonic school spells to instantly deal with 10 demon hunters, and added 10 second-class wizard apprentices to this world. The demon hunters all collapsed to the ground and said in panic, "Where is our warlock power? How did we become wizards completely? What happened?" The blind monk stood up from the ground, looked at Sunan, and said word by word again, "Sunan Peter. You pissed me off. Sunan used the Nit reversal spell twice to summon the vampire Baron and the werewolf butler Warwick. Because in the previous fight, Sunan found that there was a 1-star vampire warlock in this church. In just a moment, Cole, who mainly attacked the speed attribute, and the werewolf hunter Warwick killed most of the warlocks who still had a little resistance, and used a syringe to inject wolf poison into the bodies of 3 3-star warlocks and 10 2-star warlocks. Because this time, Sunan not only wanted to kill some warlocks and obtain the essence of warlock blood, but also to capture some more warlocks and throw them into the insect prison of the insect city to keep them under guard. The illusion of the blind monk tried to save everything, but he was hit back to his body in another direction of the royal capital by a magic potion lightning from Sunan. On the ground, there was a monk's magic cube that was temporarily stopped by the magic potion lightning. Sunan harvested hundreds of warlocks in this church, and also harvested 10 synthetic souls collected from demon hunters. The church was halfway through the transformation, but because the inverted pentagram array collapsed, the transformation was also stopped. The only warlock who could still move freely in the church was the vampire warlock. When the vampire warlock saw Cole, he screamed as if he had seen a ghost. "Cole, is that you? But why are you so strange now? Is it really you? When did you become so powerful? What happened to you?" And the werewolf. Cole looked at Sunan, and Sunan looked at the warlock captives and the corpses of so many warlocks, thinking, there are still too few of these warlocks. It's better to hunt down a few more nests. There are still many nests of warlocks in this capital. As long as there is enough warlock blood, the god of the abyss should be suppressed. Sunan looked at the vampire warlock at this time, and asked Cole to grab his neck and hang him in the air. Sunan asked him, "I ask you, as far as you know, how many vampires are loyal to the energy world? Can you help me get them out? You seem to have a higher status than Cole before. Or, tell me their location." Cole used to be just an ordinary vampire, but the vampire in front of him is a 1-star warlock vampire. His status is naturally much higher than Cole. The 1-star sorcerer vampire turned pale, and he hovered over Sunan and Cole in fear. "I can't tell you. If I tell you, I'll be dead." "Really, I can't tell you." The next moment, Sunan no longer hesitated, and directly extracted all the sorcerer blood in the sorcerer vampire's body, turning him into an ordinary pure-blooded vampire again. This 1-star sorcerer vampire felt that Sunan could change his physique at will, which made him very scared. "Cole, hypnotize him. There's no need to talk nonsense with him. I have already extracted all the sorcerer blood in his body." Cole immediately looked at him, and then the two pairs of pupils focused at the same time and met. "I ask you, do you know where the vampires who defected to the energy world are?" The vampire was in a trance for a moment, and then fell into a hypnotic state. "They were sent to infiltrate the Count of Tuval family. The Count of Tuval family seems to have noticed our infiltration into the King's city. So we have to deal with the Count of Tuval family in the same way as we dealt with the Count of Granville family." Chapter 266. Vampire's Hypnotic Ability. In the church. Sunan thought about it. The Count of Tuval family was also an old-fashioned Storm noble family that came from Flanders together with the current Storm royal family. Moreover, the Count of Tuval family had made great military achievements and occupied a lot of territories. It was even a family that was expected to compete for the throne with the current Storm royal family. But in the end, everyone voted for the current Storm royal family. Moreover, the Count of Tuval family had a man who became a great knight before the age of 30, and was said to be very close to the legendary Storm Knight, Quint Tuval. No wonder the Count of Tuval family became a thorn in the eyes of the blind monk. Sunan glanced at Cole, who immediately understood what Sunan meant. After all, Cole was now also connected to the wolf pack effect. Cole grabbed the neck of the vampire in front of him, then put it in front of his eyes, and continued to hypnotize him with hypnosis, saying, "You didn't say anything just now. You can't remember our appearance. You don't know what happened. You only know that you fell at the beginning of the battle. When you got up, you were very scared, and you went to the Count of Tuval's family." The vampire's eyes were already confused, and he muttered to himself, and repeated what Cole said to him. Cole continued according to Sunan's meaning. "You asked those vampires to take you in, and you would do things according to their wishes. Cole took a bottle of wolf poison potion from Warwick and then stuffed the bottle of wolf poison potion into the vampire's mouth and into his stomach. Cole said, "You will secretly poison them. Pour this bottle of wolf poison into their drinking blood, and after they are all poisoned, bring them to find me and Lord Sunan. If you are discovered in the process, your brain will immediately become confused, and you will take the method of dying together, using this bottle of wolf poison, to eliminate the person who discovered you." The vampire named Ron fell down in a daze. When he got up again, he actually ignored Sunan and others standing beside him, and then ran out of the church at the speed of a vampire. Because the monk's magic cube was disrupted by Sunan's magic potion, the entire church can now connect to the outside world. However, outside the church, the soldiers and knights who had been hit by the warlock's spell fell to the ground one by one and fell into sleep. It was not because of anything else, but because their mental damage was too serious and their bodies were also seriously damaged, so they all fainted. So Ron's running did not attract any attention. Warwick looked at Sunan and said, "Cole's hypnotic ability seems to be something that ordinary vampires don't have." Sunan nodded and said affirmatively, "That's true. This is a phenomenon that naturally occurred after I strengthened the connection between vampires and the Sunday. I'm also studying the principle. Vampires, werewolves, and even intelligent ghouls still have many mysteries. But it is certain that they are all related to the blood world, and they all have the characteristics of immortality." Sunan said, "In the future, we will also study the blood world." At the same time, Cole had come to the 10 demon hunters who had become complete second-class wizard apprentices. Then Cole continued to use hypnosis to hypnotize these second-class wizard apprentices and began to weave lies according to Sunan's words. Hypnosis cannot work on higher level beings, and it is not very effective on the same level, and it is almost impossible to complete hypnosis. It must be one level lower than Cole himself to work, but it is a weapon for bullying. For example, Ron, who had just been deprived of his warlock blood and became an ordinary vampire, and the demon hunters who are now only at the level of second-class wizard apprentices, are much lower in level than the vampire baron who has been sublimated 4 times. Of course, the ability of hypnosis cannot be too outrageous and violate common sense. For example, when hypnotizing these demon hunters, the content cannot be things that are completely contrary to common sense, such as eating will lead to death, fire is cold, etc. Hypnotic things must be logical. Therefore, Sunan asked Cole to weave a lie, but it was logical. That is, these demon hunters gradually discovered that their parents were killed by the blind monk. In fact, this is the fact. Some of these demon hunters did not discover this at all. Some had already guessed it, and some guessed it, but were indifferent to it. But no matter what, this is indeed logical, because it is a fact. Therefore, Sunan asked Cole to hypnotize them and implant the second lie. They discovered the conspiracy of the blind monk, and then the blind monk took away their warlock power. They were so angry that they could only seek help from the wizard Sunan Peter. So they would lead the wizard Sunan Peter to the bases of other warlock groups in the capital. At the same time, they would tell Sunan everything they knew. After hypnotizing the 10 demon hunters, Cole felt a little tired. He rubbed his brows and knelt on one knee to Sunan and said, "Immortal King, I've done it." Warwick told Sunan using the wolf pack effect, his ability is really useful. But is this hypnotic effect absolute? Can it last forever, little master? Sunan responded in the wolf pack effect. Since it is hypnosis, not brainwashing, it will definitely not be absolute, nor will it last forever. These are second-class wizard apprentices. I estimate that they will find that there is something wrong with their memory in less than half a month, such as the person who extracted their warlock power has been replaced in their memory. In less than a month, they will get rid of hypnosis. But the premise is that they can survive this month. I will basically use them as treasure hunting rats. 1 month is about enough. Warwick nodded to Sunan. At that time, the demon hunters seemed to have really discovered the deception of the blind monks through their own efforts, and began to tell Sunan non-stop. The damn energy world has completely deceived us. It turns out that they are the ones who killed my parents. Master Wizard Sunan, the blind monk, is the general manager of the Stormwind Castle project. He will completely open the door required for the second phase of the plan here, and officially summon the army of the Blind King. We can't let him succeed. Yes, this is the blueprint of his summoning ceremony. It is based on the 5 churches of Stormwind Castle and 10 noble manors. It uses the buildings of Stormwind Castle to form a dark star pattern. That's why they want to use the king to exclude dissidents. Sunan raised his eyebrows and looked at the map drawn by the 10 demon hunters on the ground. He immediately discovered that this formation is indeed a supergiant summoning gate. And from his current knowledge, this supergiant summoning gate requires a particularly huge amount of engineering. No wonder the warlock's actions in Stormwind Castle have reached the point of being unscrupulous. Because if this is not done, then achieving this goal will be a long way off. And it involves some civilian residences, as well as the old homes of monasteries and nobles. It was easy for the common people, as they could obtain these residences with a little trickery, but it was impossible to clear and transform the residences of the monasteries and nobles without the help of the royal family. This should be the reason why the blind monk asked his puppet king to make similar orders before. However, Sunan found that this formation seemed to lack an energy source. Sunan looked at the core of the formation and narrowed his eyes. That was the palace of Stormwind City. Therefore, the blind monk's base camp is now in that palace. He should be preparing to do something in the palace, and this thing can allow the location of the palace to provide energy for the entire gate ceremony. However, the palace is now in the center of the ceremony, and it is still an area that the blind monk has carefully arranged. Going there directly will not bring much benefit to oneself, and the cost effectiveness is relatively low. On the contrary, according to this formation diagram, slaughtering the buildings that have been transformed or semi-transformed at each node will bring greater benefit to oneself and a higher cost effectiveness. After all, no matter how powerful your ritual center is, as long as all the stages around you are cut off, it will be like a spider, with only the belly left and no spider legs. In the church, old Frank looked at the body of his nephew, little Frank, and shed tears. He said with some regret, "I don't have children, unlike other priests who have lovers, so I always treat you as my son. Why did you sell your soul and body, just because you owed money?" Read the error-free version at 69 Book Bar. 69 Book Bar publishes a novel for the first time. You can tell me, if you need money, why don't you keep it to me? Even if I know, what can I do? At most, I can scold you. You are too stupid, and your death is not worth it. Old Frank looked up at Sunan and said, "I didn't expect that the Stormlord of Earl Peter would be a wizard. I don't think you will keep my memory. You will tamper with my memory, like you tampered with this. But can I have a request?" Sunan raised his eyebrows and looked at the complicated noble robe he was wearing. He realized that it was the family emblem on the cuffs of his clothes that allowed the old priest Frank to recognize his identity. The old priest was not bad at noble heraldry. Sunan said, "What request?" Old Frank said, "Let me at least remember that there are cultists who attacked our church, and this cultist is related to the king." Sunan shook his head. "That's impossible." Old Frank's eyes dimmed. "Really? I thought we could at least stand on the same front. Even a wizard doesn't want his country to be destroyed." Sunan said, "On the contrary. The reason why you can't remember such things is because the current king has been replaced." Old Frank's pupils suddenly shrank. They even did such a thing. They are so brave. In order to strengthen his logic and facilitate subsequent hypnosis, Sunan nodded and said, "Otherwise, no matter how young King Berry is, he would not give such outrageous orders. Only cultists who don't care about the throne will do this." Cole and old Frank looked at each other, and their pupils met. Cole said, "You will faint and forget everything about Peter's family, including werewolves, vampires, and wizards. You were knocked unconscious by a blind monk, and when you woke up, you saw corpses everywhere in the church. You learned one thing: the cultists replaced the king, and the king on the throne now is a fake. As an important member of the Church of the Storm, you firmly believe that the king on the throne is a fake, and you will report this to the top leaders of the Church of the Storm. And when someone doubts your memory, you will spare no effort to prove the clarity of your mind." Sunan nodded to Cole, then summoned 10 super werewolves with the Mage transformation spell, and asked them to carry the corpses to the first surface town of the Boneland that he was carrying with him. If they were placed in the second layer, the deep town, it would be easy to resurrect. The next morning, The Lavia church next to the library, which was full of corpses of church soldiers, immediately attracted the attention of the entire Stormwind castle. Due to Sunan's interference, the Supreme Church not only failed to deal with the corpses over there and transform the church, but also appeared the old priest Frank and a large number of other church soldiers and church knights alive. Old priest Frank did not disappoint Sunan. He was hypnotized and bit the king on the throne to death. It was fake, and the people who slaughtered the Lavia church were the Supreme Church that supported the puppet king. This caused a sensation among the senior nobles in the church in Stormwind Castle, and everyone was waiting for the king to prove himself. Due to the king's recent series of magical operations, many nobles have believed what old priest Frank said. This will definitely cause a lot of trouble for the blind monk. On the second night, Sunan followed the demon hunter's lead according to the formation diagram, and captured a civilian house guarded by 7 1-star warlocks and 3 2-star warlocks. He cleared one of their bases again, and obtained a large amount of warlock essence blood. But when Sunan returned to his villa in Stormwind Castle, he found that the manor had been on fire. After all, the rented manor was not his base camp, and there was no magic protection at ordinary times. The murderer had also been caught by Blom. He was a 3-star warlock. Sunan directly extracted his warlock blood essence and threw him to Warwick for disposal. Sunan looked at the manor in flames and was a little speechless. After all, the manor was rented by himself. Burning it would at most make him lose some compensation. What's the point of such a child's trick? But Sunan still thought about it seriously. Why did the other party burn down his manor? After confirming that there was no big problem, Sunan looked up and saw a noble wearing high-level noble clothes and a sword on his body walking towards him. "Hello, Earl Peter. I'm Isaac Rost. I'm the patrol officer responsible for the security of the inner city of Stormwind Castle. It looks like your house is on fire." Sunan looked at him to confirm whether this Isaac was from the energy world, but the way this guy looked at him seemed to have other requests. Sunan said, "It's not really my home. It's just a temporary place to stay." Isaac Rost immediately whispered to Sunan, "Earl Peter, are you interested in visiting our Rost family? In this cold season, we all need to keep each other warm." Chapter 267 Meeting with the Latin Duke of Thessalonica. After Sunan greeted the Rost family, he bought a villa and a manor in the inner city of Storm Castle. In the evening of that afternoon, he learned a piece of news. The Storm royal family and the Storm Church, under the guidance of several high-ranking officials of the royal family and the church, jointly verified King Barry and confirmed that the king was himself and that there was no problem with his cognition. Old Frank secretly joined the cultists, slaughtered all the priests of the Lavia church, and slandered the king, so he was imprisoned in the Storm Church prison. Because he was a senior priest, he was not tried by the king's court, but only by the church court. Therefore, how to deal with him will have to wait for the church to discuss internally in the future. In the new manor villa, Sunan tapped the desk with his fingers, and at the same time, in his study, he collected books from the capital library that had been moved into his room, and let the intelligent brain try to use the usable part of the information in this batch of books to speed up the calculation of new potions to enhance mental power. This sudden change in the situation proved that the King of Blindness had arranged more in Stormwind Castle than he thought, and it was very likely that someone had already joined the Storm royal family or the high-ranking officials of the Storm Church. I just didn't know who it was. But it wasn't a big problem. Anyway, with me here, the King of Blindness wouldn't be able to set up the door to complete the ritual in Stormwind Castle. Sunan said, "I didn't expect that even with old Frank's identity, he couldn't change the current situation." Interesting. Sunan asked Wolf 3 and the Wolf Pack effect whether he had found the wizard relics left by the Golden Wizard, but Wolf 3 hadn't found anything yet. Sunan said to Robert, who was standing outside the door, "Robert, go inform Warwick and prepare to go to the Rost family's manor." This was the inner city patrol officer yesterday. After he found that the villa where he lived was on fire, Earl Rost invited him to go there. In the meeting hall inside the Palace of Stormwind, after King Barry discussed the latest national policy with his ministers, as well as how to deal with the looting Bulgars and the Nicomedia Empire, he asked his ministers to leave. Then his pupils suddenly turned completely black, and then he laughed at the empty meeting hall. It turns out that being a king in the mortal world is not a bad thing. As long as you don't care about the opinions of your subjects, no matter how powerful you are as a king, you can do whatever you want. Blind monk, the blind king asked me to come and help. Who knew that in the past few nights, 2 of our strongholds have been destroyed in a row, and a large number of warlocks have been lost. If the door had not been opened now, the warlocks lost in the past few days alone would be enough to paralyze our supreme order. What are you doing? If I hadn't helped you, even the position of king we occupy might have been lost. The blind monk walked out from the corner of the conference room and said to him, Master of Death, I do accept your doubts about me. I didn't expect that a formal wizard who is hostile to us would enter Stormwind Fort at this time. I'm stepping up the process. I have strengthened the manpower of each of our strongholds in Stormwind Fort. King Barry sneered. Formal wizards are indeed tricky, but even if a formal wizard enters the royal capital at this time, it will not affect the overall situation. Do you want me to take action? As long as I take action, death will befall the formal wizard at any time. The blind monk whispered, not for now. If you take action, it will easily alert the hidden knights of God and the saints in the Storm Church. Although the saint should have been calculated by our king, he is now seriously injured, dying and unable to move. I will take care of this matter. The blind monk said, I have let my magic cube begin to breed Leviathan. The Leviathan is about to take shape. In addition, a 5-star warlock has appeared beside me, a warlock equivalent to the formal wizard level, and because of the warlock's restraint on the wizard, the same level of warlock will certainly be stronger than the same level of wizard. This is common sense summed up from our past experience. My strength has also begun to recover to the level of a first-ring wizard. Sunan Peter just took some advantage. From now on, he will no longer be a threat. Barry King nodded helplessly. Don't you believe in my strength? Or don't you believe I'm indeed on your side? Is it because of my past identity? I have long abandoned the order god system. Forget it, we already have a great advantage. As long as I'm still the king, I can call on many secular resources. I have sent people to limit the wizard's space for action. Blind monk, control the situation inside Stormwind Castle as soon as possible. In the Rost family manor, Sunan found that in addition to himself, there were 11 barons and 3 earls in this manor, and even the Latin Duke of Thessalonica was here. Everyone was in the reception room of the manor, sitting around a table. Everyone was thinking. Duke Latin of Thessalonica, seeing Sunan and Count Rost entering together, greeted Sunan in a friendly manner, as if he had no enmity with Sunan before, and nodded to Sunan, saying, Count Peter is here too. Great. The Peter family is a powerful family with real power in the central part of the Storm Kingdom, and even has the full support of Borgia, the bishop of the Achaian Patriarchate, and a powerful city like Maple Leaf City. Even the Bulgars have to give Count Peter some face. Sunan could tell that Duke Latin of Thessalonica was really happy to see him. This duke was an old man over 60 years old, with anger and fatigue in his eyes. Perhaps he was really exhausted by King Barry's tricks recently, and even he couldn't understand all of King Barry's actions. Sunan nodded to the duke and others, sat down, and didn't speak immediately, because he had to observe the purpose of this secret high-ranking nobility party first. The Latin Duke of Thessalonica took the initiative to continue the topic that Sunan had just discussed before he came in and said, the king, that immature boy, has recently investigated all the taxes and capitation taxes in my territory for the past 58 years, and he also believes that the height of the city wall of my family's residence city exceeds a certain standard. He asked me to demolish the city wall. I don't understand why he is so persistent in provoking me. No matter how many ways I give him, he won't back down. Especially in this situation of internal and external troubles. Count Rost continued, saying, the king also sent a civilian tax officer to investigate some of my family's industries, thinking that some of my family's industries do not comply with the laws of the kingdom. To be honest, some industries really cannot withstand investigation, but everyone already knows that those industries exist. The king's own family has also done it. Many nobles also joined the topic, complaining that King Barry and his royal officials in the council chamber have been making things difficult for their families on some unimportant issues recently. Interestingly, Count Tuval was also here. When Sunan came in, The three servants behind Count Tuval, wearing black sunscreen windbreakers, all looked at Sunan. For a moment, their pupils turned into vampire pupils. Moreover, Sunan noticed that all these vampire servants had wolf poison in their bodies, and Count Tuval had also become a vampire, and he also had wolf poison in his body. In other words, if he had not intervened, the Tuval family should have been disintegrated in fact, because the count became a vampire, and defected to the side of the blind king. It seems that the vampire run is quite efficient. Count Tuval looked at Sunan, and rolled his throat. Sunan felt that he originally attended this meeting with the intention of being an undercover agent, but now, it is not certain. The special wolf poison that he gave them will explode, as long as it is a moonlit night. At that time, it will be painful. Sunan looked at Count Tuval and smiled. Count Tuval, why do you like to wear black sun protection clothes, cloaks, and hoods when you go out recently? The error-free version is available at 69 Book Bar. 69 Book 1 Bar publishes a novel for the first time. Count Tuval bowed his head to Sunan, not daring to look him in the eye. You're joking. It's just that the weather has been hot recently. Duke Latin of Thessalonica looked at Sunan and Count Tuval in confusion. It was winter recently, and Stormwind Castle was not hot at all. However, the Duke felt that there was no need to say more on this issue. So he took the initiative to say, everyone, I heard that the king has been fighting for power with the Archbishop recently, and has been fighting with the Grand Chancellor, Cavendish Houston, who graduated from the capital university. He is also afraid of us nobles. Only this can explain all his actions. I suggest that everyone unite to fight against the king's tyranny. The Earl of Houston Palace immediately replied, that's why I obeyed my father's orders and came to participate in this event. My father wanted to launch a small-scale coup before King Berry convened the National Council of Nobles, completely sideline the king, and eliminate the treacherous villains around the king. Now with the help of my lord the Duke and my lord Earl Peter, such powerful nobles, I think our chances of success will be great. Although they are both earls and dukes, their connotations are actually completely different. Sunan and the Latin Duke of Thessalonica were both powerful local nobles, while the Earl of Houston Palace was only an honorary earl of the court. Because his father was the Grand Chancellor, he received some royal and national rewards, and had some scattered manors. He was even worse than some powerful barons. The Rothschild family was also in the same situation, just an honorary title. However, the Count of Tuval family was an exception. This family has always been a powerful family, and is one of the most powerful traditional aristocratic forces in the capital, except for the Grand Chancellor, Cavendish Houston. Hearing that a small-scale coup was going to be launched, the Latin Duke of Thessalonica's eyes flickered, and then he actually said, I think this is a bit too much. I think we can use legal means to let the king clean up the villains around him himself. Sunan looked at the Latin Duke of Thessalonica and knew why he refused. The reason was that this buddy was still planning to let the king be angry for a while, and then he would directly become the new king legally. He was full and had nothing better to do, so he took the initiative to join a conspiracy that had no meaning to him at this time. He came here just to say a few more bad things about the king. Sunan himself did not want to intervene in this matter. The Peter family will remain neutral. Duke Latin of Thessalonica nodded to Sunan in agreement and said, Count Sunan, we really hit it off at first sight. There must have been many misunderstandings between us before, but now I find that our personalities are really compatible. Sunan realized that the Duke wanted to win him over, so he smiled perfunctorily at him. Yes, if the Duke wants to become king, he must win over a group of senior nobles to support him. And now the Peter family is worthy of the Duke's jealous desire to pull into his own camp. Hearing that the two local nobles were not going to participate in the coup, Houston's eyes were a little dim, but he had no choice. After all, he could not offend Sunan and the Duke. Sunan and the Duke already have the capital to be independent. After all, the Storm Kingdom is essentially a bulk kingdom. Even if the king went crazy, he could only show off his power in Stormwind Castle. Sunan and the other two returned directly to the station and closed the door, becoming local tyrants. Sunan felt that as a wizard, he did not need to participate in the conspiracy politics among the nobles. He now had to collect books and deduce new magic and mental power enhancement formulas during the day and hunt for warlock blood at night. At the same time, the intelligent brain gave feedback and completed 2 deduction tasks. The improvement work of the wilderness romance spell in the summoning subdirection of the first ring spell school has been completed. Now it can be matched with the wolf pack and transformed into the first ring magic wolf pack origin spell. The new mental power enhancement formula has been completed. The warlock blood magic potion has been deduced. The key formula material is the essence of the warlock blood of 3-star warlocks or above. We are trying to deduce a first ring level mental power enhancement potion formula that does not require warlock blood. Sunan secretly ordered the intelligent brain carry out the work of analyzing the monk's magic cube. Sunan realized that the monk's cube was not just a thing used by the blind monk to summon troops and give power to the demon hunter. Its nature was very special and seemed to involve the source of the blind monk's power. If it could be analyzed, it would be easy to restrain the blind monk, and he could obtain his power to strengthen his werewolf army. Sunan said a few words casually and left before the end of the secret party. Chapter 268 Werewolf Hunter Mask. When he returned to the manor where he lived, Sunan continued to start the collection work of the capital library. However, in the afternoon, the king's messenger came to find him. The royal family said that Sunan had been deprived of his title and could no longer walk around in Stormwind Castle with the title of Earl. At the same time, Sunan was confined to his own manor. If he walked around at will, it would be treason. The king's soldiers surrounded Sunan's manor. The soldier commander looked at Sunan with some fear and then blocked the door of the manor. Lord Sunan, please don't make it difficult for me. I'm just an ordinary soldier. I have children and the elderly at home. I'm a commoner. I got this job with great difficulty. I just received the king's order and must guard the door of your manor. Please don't leave or leave Stormwind Castle, then we will never stop you. Sunan smiled and looked at these soldiers, especially the soldier commander. The strength of these soldiers is generally not strong, but it is obvious that this should be a provocation to himself by the warlock of the energy world, forcing himself to take action against these soldiers. Once he did this, he would come into direct conflict with the kingdom and the Church of Storms. But if he really didn't take action against these soldiers, he would be bound by the web of rules in the capital and could only be confined to a few places, and even moving around would be inconvenient. It was really an interesting method. Sunan looked at Cole, who was wearing a black cloak, a black sun protective clothing, and a noble sun hat beside him, and then said to the soldier commander, "Of course I won't make things difficult for you." Just when the soldier commander and the soldiers were relieved, Sunan suddenly changed his tone. "That's because you don't know anything." The next moment, Cole looked at these soldiers at the same time. The hypnotic ability of the vampire baron was simply a sure kill for ordinary people. This is the weapon for bullying. Cole stared into the eyes of these soldiers and said, "From now on, you will be loyal to your duties. You did see that Lord Sunan Peter did not leave the manor at all costs. If anyone doubts your memory, you will prove your clarity of mind at all costs." Suddenly, the eyes of the royal soldiers became dull, and then they turned and walked away, loyally guarding the door of the manor where Sunan lived. Cole rubbed his eyebrows and said to Sunan, "Great immortal king, these people have been hypnotized by me. The ability you gave me is really useful. It turns out that you are the king of the Dark Knight clan." At the same time, that night, Sunan once again made a 5-time sublimation level potion in the manor, the Werewolf Hunter Red Devil Mask. This is the magic produced by modifying and adapting the first ring spell Deep Blue Mask to werewolves, and the breath of the Abyss Demon God obtained from the Ring of Milgard is added to it. Sunan spent half a night to refine 6 bottles of potion, and then let himself and the other 5 werewolf hunters take it. Then, they obtained the magic of the wolf hunter's Red Devil Mask. Sunan, Blom, Wolf, and 6 other wolf hunters stood on the top of the bell tower of Stormwind Castle in the dark. Under the moonlight, they overlooked the entire Stormwind Castle. The night action is about to begin again. This will be a grand hunting event. Sunan, who was in the state of the werewolf leader, stroked his face with 5 fingers, and suddenly a demon mask with many red patterns and a hideous face appeared on the wolf's face. Sunan's magic power turned bright red under the spell of the mask school, and his aggressiveness was greatly increased. The Red Devil Mask will increase the physical attack power of the wolf hunter by more than double. Of course, the mask lasts only 1 hour. Sunan stared at the Kaldora church in front of him, which was originally a church of the god of law. After the establishment of the Storm Kingdom, the law cult was forced to leave the church, and the church was occupied by the Storm Church. But according to the data of the Demon Hunter, this church had been completely transformed by the monk's magic cube 7 days ago, and became a part of the energy world, and even became an energy organ of the energy world. This church is also the core point of the ritual's gate array. Wolf 3, wearing the red demon hunter mask, also had his reconnaissance ability enhanced. He warned the wolf pack that something appeared inside the church in front of him that had not appeared in the previous 2 nights. In the Kaldora church, a group of demon hunter warlocks and ordinary warlocks were waiting in the church, and the illusion of the blind monk also appeared here. In the center of the church ground, there was a monk's magic cube that was releasing fell lightning and rotating. Something was being summoned, which was a special power called Leviathan. The blind monk said, as long as the official wizard dares to enter this church tonight, he will fall into the trap I set. As long as he enters this church, he will fall into my control. At that time, if I want him to live, he will live, and if I want him to die, he will. The entire church, that was transformed into an organ of the energy world, suddenly shook violently. Because Sunan had no intention of entering the church, Sunan wanted them to come out. Fighting in the enemy's home turf is stupid, and the wolf pack will not make such a mistake. Therefore, the wolf pack will force these warlocks to come out of the energy world organ. Sunan summoned Gugai with an H reversal spell, and then directly let Gugai cruise in the sky at high speed, throwing 50 bottles of triple sublimated wolf poison and 50 bottles of fire demon's wrath potion obtained from the mutant werewolf of the wolf pack into the ground. Suddenly, the entire transformed church was bombed by these 51 ring flame magics, and a mushroom cloud was formed. The ground of the entire storm castle was shaking, as if a small earthquake had occurred. Gargoyle hovered above the clouds in the sky, and was summoned back by Sunan with the reverse niche reversal spell. In exchange, a plaster gargoyle appeared from the sky. It was originally in Peter Castle, and now it exchanged positions with Gargoyle above Storm Castle. Within the explosion range of the church, the blind monk saw that the monk's magic cube was located in the center of the bombing, and the rotation of the magic cube had begun to jam, and he was immediately furious. Sunan Peter, your attack method will be discovered by half of the people in Stormwind Castle. The blind monk suddenly found a serious problem. It seemed that the one who was most afraid of attracting attention and being exposed was their supreme church, not Sunan's side. Therefore, Sunan didn't need to tell him anything and kept his whereabouts secret. The entire church was blown down by a large amount of magic. As long as the concentration of magic is high enough, these magics will also be the nemesis of the energy world. Therefore, the original organs of the energy world began to shrink and began to be destroyed. 5 werewolf hunters wearing red devil masks suddenly attacked those warlocks who had been infected with a large amount of wolf poison and lost their ability to move. They killed the 1-star and 2-star warlocks directly, because for Sunan now, such warlocks are not very useful. As for the 3-star warlocks, they were stunned, restricted in their ability to move, and then captured and taken away. This is the normal action of the wolf pack. It doesn't look like a battle, but more like the wolf pack is catching its prey, except that these prey are these warlocks. The blind monk summoned the monk chain and clawed at the werewolf Warwick, and all the chains were broken. At the same time, the blind monk used his spiritual vision to see the red devil mask on Warwick's face during the high-speed battle. The next moment, the blind monk's chest was attacked by Warwick's claws. Wearing the red devil mask has another advantage, that is, when the werewolf wears the mask, the werewolf will have the characteristics of the abyss creature. This is the biggest advantage of this mask, and the chaotic characteristics of the abyss creature are too terrible for the blind monk. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 69 book bar publishes a novel for the first time. Read The Illusion of the Blind Monk at 69 book bar, and he was almost torn apart by the chaotic energy of the abyss. At the feet of the werewolf Warwick, a circle of abyss began to appear. The next moment, in the shocked eyes of the blind monk, the power of the abyss enveloped the werewolf Warwick, and then the black abyss eggshell broke, and the werewolf Warwick wearing a black striped mask walked out. Warwick raised his more developed hands. Abyss Network Progressive Transformation Werewolf Hunter Werewolf Warrior. Warwick, who had gained the supersensory ability of both hands, became more flexible with his hands, and continued to attack the blind monk who was in a daze. The blind monk asked, "Could it be that you are actually from the abyss?" Of course it was impossible. But Sunan analyzed the power of the abyss and the spells of the mask school, and the final result was that he could imitate the network progressive transformation of the abyss in the form of the hunter red devil mask, allowing the werewolves to freely transform among werewolf warriors, werewolf messengers, high-level werewolves, werewolf inspectors, and werewolf deacons. Each transformation will indeed make their mana more chaotic, so it cannot be used indiscriminately. Indiscriminate use will cause big problems. But for Sunan's side now, using this spell randomly is not a problem at all. Because he has Michael Carter working for free, he will absorb all the chaos of magic power. Then, he will inject warlock energy into him to weaken and strengthen him. Sunan set up a crucible, extracted the blood of the two captured 3-star warlocks on the spot, and put them into the crucible, and at the same time began to release his own tree of life meditation method, and put them into the crucible. That's right, the first ring potion, the Warlock Blood potion, is made into a potion using the rune structure of 2 3-star warlocks and his own meditation method. That is to say, the potion is made using the blood of the warlock and the meditation method. This refining process is very delicate and there can be no mistakes, but Sunan uses the intelligent brain assisted control mode to be able to refine and harvest at the same time in battle. 10 minutes later, Sunan poured the blood-like liquid in the crucible into a glass bottle and drank it in one gulp. Suddenly, his whole body was shrouded in a completely materialized red magic. Sunan's mental power is growing rapidly. Your mental power is currently 302, 305. Your mental power is currently 310. Sunan wiped the corner of his mouth elegantly with a handkerchief and looked at the blind monk. "The taste of your warlock is really delicious." The blind monk, who had been beaten by Warwick for 10 minutes, seemed to have begun to hesitate whether Sunan was a human, a wizard, or a being from the abyss. "Wizard, I'm beginning to doubt whether you are a human." The next moment, Warwick's wolf claw pierced through his phantom chest. Then, the monk's magic cube on the ground burst into a flash of lightning, and then malfunctioned and stopped rotating. Sunan picked up the broken Rubik's Cube on the ground and said, "This is the third Rubik's Cube I have harvested." Just now, the blind monk, old bastard, seemed to want to use this Rubik's Cube to summon something. But he didn't expect that I would bombard him with 50 first ring spells first and break his Rubik's Cube. Either summon a high-star warlock, or something else. But if I only bombard him with dozens of first ring spells every time and then fight, it will be useless for him to summon. It's just that the current stock of Fire Demon's Wrath is not enough. Now he only has 50 bottles left. Sunan noticed that there were other people fighting in the warlock space at night. He looked into the distance. He was originally going to harvest only one warlock in the warlock's base tonight. But now it seems that there is another force in the royal capital that is fighting against the warlocks. Many werewolves appeared behind Sunan. 30 mutant werewolves captured the 10 3-star warlocks who were cursing and screaming. Now Sunan has 17 3-star warlocks and 5 captured 3-star demon hunters. As for those warlocks below 3 stars, those who were not even first-class wizard apprentices, it would be useless for Sunan to capture them. He would just kill them on the spot, extract their blood, and store it. Sunan looked at the darkness ahead, led the wolf pack, and headed towards the place where the battle was taking place in the distance, saying, "There is absolutely no opponent ahead of us." Chapter 269. Encountering the Insect Curse School again. Stormwind Castle, in the St. Mark Theatre. Sunan saw that many warlocks were fighting with the Insect Curse School in the Wizard School. The Insect Curse School has about 50 wizard apprentices, but most of them are only at the 3rd and 2nd level, and there are only 3 first level wizard apprentices. One of the first level wizard apprentices is Weir, whom Sunan had met before. Duke is still a 2nd level wizard apprentice. And there are more than 200 warlocks, which is as many as locusts. However, these warlocks are all 1-star and 2-star warlocks, and their levels are not high. There are only dozens of 3-star warlocks, no 4-star warlocks, but the leader is a 5-star warlock. The reason why the insect curse school can hold on until now is because there is an old first-ring wizard with a white beard in the crowd, who seems to be the foundation of the insect curse school. He should be a first-ring wizard of the insect curse school that has revived recently with the increase in the concentration of magic tides. However, this first-ring wizard was obviously a little overwhelmed. His insect spell was basically unable to break the defense of the 5-star warlock, but the 5-star warlock could leisurely hunt down the wizard apprentices of his school, while easily engaging in spell battles with him. The 5-star warlock was a young man with unusually high brow ridges, probably only in his 20s. With a smile on his face, he used the energy shell field to resist the mosquito insect spell of the old wizard of insect curse, and then killed the wizard apprentices of the insect curse valley one after another. The 5-star warlock young man laughed and said, "Old wizard, you have lived for so long, but you only have this little ability. As long as we warlocks have enough qualifications, we can implant the corresponding bloodline. The higher the bloodline level, the higher raw level. Do we need to waste hundreds of years like you to become a formal wizard? How ridiculous. The way warlocks gain power is more efficient. I advise you to surrender to our energy world. Hand over the subspace secret realm of your insect curse valley, and give us this stronghold." The old wizard of the insect curse did not speak, but used a ring of mosquito spells with a gloomy face, trying to break through the defense of the 5-star warlock young man. The 5-star warlock young man condensed a huge sickle formed by the indifferent wind in his hand. Then, he turned the sickle, and in just a moment, a tornado of indifferent wind appeared under the sickle, harvesting the lives of 5 3rd-level wizard apprentices in the insect curse valley. And this spell attack, the momentum did not decrease, directly hit the body of the insect curse wizard, breaking a ring of insect armor spell on his body. The old wizard of the insect curse spat out a mouthful of blood and was knocked to the ground. His face was angry and helpless. He didn't expect that after he was resurrected from the magic tide, he would soon encounter the energy world again. And this time, there were no high-level wizards on this land. Facing the energy world, everything can only rely on themselves. Of course, fortunately, this world is at least on the surface, and so far, it is still in the hands of the gods. The gods are the last level to suppress the energy world. The old wizard of the insect curse was filled with grief and indignation. In fact, he still had the power to escape, but in this way, the suddenly attacked insect curse valley would be completely destroyed. The subspace of the insect curse valley in this stronghold and all the resources accumulated by their school will disappear in an instant. This is why the old wizard of the insect curse has been unable to make up his mind to leave here. The old wizard of the insect curse, facing the cold sickle in the hands of the 5-star warlock, his face suddenly changed. Just as he was about to cast a spell to escape, he suddenly looked into the distance in surprise. Sunan appeared on the battlefield. However, Sunan did not look like he was ready to fight, but greeted the wizard Guken Warrior. "Hey, Guken Warrior, it's you. I came to Stormwind Castle as you invited me to visit your school." Guken Warrior was stunned. They did not expect to meet Sunan under such circumstances. They were fighting. They were facing an incredible number of powerful enemies in the dark. But when Sunan saw them, he did not run away or hide, but walked directly into the battlefield to greet his old friends. Warrior was stunned for a moment and subconsciously shouted to Sunan, "Brother Sunan, you are here too? No, it's dangerous here." The next moment, Sunan appeared beside her. Or 3-star warlock in front of her suddenly opened his mouth and spit out a mouthful of blood. He looked at his abdomen in disbelief. A huge blood hole appeared in his abdomen. But he did not even see how Sunan did it. Sunan casually grabbed another stunned 3-star warlock beside him and extracted the essence of his blood while he was still alive, and then made a potion on the spot again. At the same time, Sunan looked at the 5-star warlock with interest. So that's how it is. There are already quite a few 5-star warlocks in Stormwind Castle. Is this what the old bastard blind monk relies on? The 5-star warlock heard that his leader was belittled by Sunan, and he became very angry. He looked at Sunan suddenly. "Who are you to comment on the blind monk like this?" The next moment, he was attacked from behind by Warwick and Blum at the same time. A ring of wolf poison was injected into his body, and 2 huge wolf claw scars appeared on his back. When facing 2 werewolf hunters using red devil masks, the full force attack can reach the level of 1.5 rings of power. Moreover, wolf claws and wolf poison are technologies specifically targeting energy shells, so the energy shell defense on the 5-star warlock was torn apart in an instant, and he was directly hit hard. Sunan looked at him mockingly. "Did you let your guard down just because I was talking?" When Sunan greeted him just now, Sunan had already secretly thrown 2 special golems of the rune bird at him, and secretly used the niche transformation spell twice to switch Warwick and Blom's positions behind him. Then, Sunan deliberately insulted the blind monk, causing his anger. In this way, this high-star warlock young man actually focused all his attention on Sunan, and did not take any precautions behind him. He is still too young after all. Panel data is panel data, and actual combat power is actual combat power. At the same time, in an instant, Sunan used the remote injection spell to summon the wolf poison rain here. In the wolf poison rain, all the warlocks were physically weak and their combat power was greatly reduced. Blom put on the red devil mask again, and used the abyss mesh progressive transformation to become a werewolf messenger. After activating the magic blood charging, hunting fury and boiling blood, he then used the special talent of the werewolf messenger, adding 1 more hunting fury to gain a stronger melee compatibility, and then rushed up to fight with the severely injured 5-star warlock. At the same time, Sunan announced to the wizards in the Worm Curse Valley, "Don't kill these warlocks. These warlocks are all prey of our wolf pack. Whoever dares to touch the prey of the wolf pack is the enemy of the wolf pack." Sunan, who had already refined a bottle of warlock blood at that time, drank it directly and strengthened his mental power to 330. His magic pressure increased significantly, and all the warlocks felt that an invisible dark cloud was shrouding their hearts, suppressing them with magic pressure. The error-free version is read at 69 book bar. 69 book bar first publishes a novel. The old wizard pursed his lips and whispered, "Are these werewolves too powerful? Are they still werewolves? Little Were, are these your friends?" Were hesitated. She didn't dare to recognize such powerful friends. "Well, yes. I knew them before." The old wizard of the worm curse hurriedly ordered the wizards of the school, "Stop fighting those warlocks." At that time, the 39 mutant werewolves, whether they were werewolf inspectors, werewolf messengers, or werewolf deacons, all had their own division of labor, combined with each other, and matched each other's rhythm, starting the magic blood charging, boiling, and fury, beating the weakened warlocks without any room to fight back. Soon, except for the 9 3-star warlocks who were captured by the wolf pack, all the other warlocks were killed. The blood was extracted collectively by Sunan, all extracted, and put into the Bayi tree sap stabilization potion and stored. As for the high-star warlock, he had many tricks. His cold wind seemed to be able to transform into various weapon shapes. In addition to the sickle, it could also transform into swords, spears, halberds, and shields. Moreover, these weapons could be charged with the power of the other 4 basic warlock spells to form a combination spell. Moreover, he also had a spell called Cold Wind Continuous Bullet Jade. With a swing of the cold sickle, he could launch dozens of wind bombs forward. Originally, he was indeed a big threat, but because he was attacked by 2 werewolf hunters and was hit by a ring of wolf poison, he struggled for less than 10 minutes before the wolf poison spread all over his body, making him unable to move. He was escorted to Sunan by Warwick and Blom. At that time, the young man was still dissatisfied. "Damn it, if you hadn't attacked me, how could I lose so quickly? Where did you come from? There shouldn't be such a powerful wizard in Stormwind Castle. It shouldn't be." Sunan glanced at him. "Shouldn't it be? But for the strong, what the world is like never needs to be particularly concerned, so the world itself is defined by the strong." Sunan poured a bottle of first level warlock blood essence extraction potion into his left hand, and then pressed it on his forehead. The 5-star warlock was confused at first, and then panicked. "What are you going to do to me? You are extracting my blood." Sunan extracted a large amount of warlock blood into his hand. This was the first warlock blood equivalent to the formal wizard level he had obtained. How many good things can be made with it, Sunan himself dare not imagine. Sunan said, since it is an implanted blood, there is a possibility of being extracted again. The warlock system is much easier to separate power than the wizard system. Of course, this is a feature designed by the energy world itself. Sunan extracted all his warlock blood and carefully stored it in the Bailey tree sap stabilization potion. The young man was terrified. What did you do to me? What did you do to me? Sunan ignored him, but turned to look at the old wizard Wormcurse and invited him. Are you a first-ring wizard? I recently established a formal wizard level gathering, and would like to invite you to join. The old wizard Wormcurse was stunned for a moment, then immediately nodded and said, I'll join. Guke and Weir looked at Sunan in disbelief. When they first met Sunan, he was only a second-class wizard apprentice. Later in the secret realm, he was a first-class wizard apprentice. But this time they met, he turned out to be a first-ring wizard, and a first-ring wizard who was more powerful than his ancestor. Guke was sweating profusely, so at that time, Sunan was indeed a forgotten one, pretending to be a wizard apprentice. Sunan nodded to the old wizard. I will have a first-ring wizard in our gathering go to the place you specify, and set up the entrance to the gathering. First-class wizard apprentices can still enter the gathering now, but in principle, only first-ring wizards can join in the future. The old wizard blinked, and he suddenly felt that he was no longer alone, and had found an organization. It turned out that in this era of scarce resources, there was actually a first-ring wizard level trading gathering organization. Chapter 270, Mental Strength reaches 400. Because the previous battle had caused too much impact, Sunan quickly led the wolf pack and the people of the Wormcurse Valley to retreat. In a house in the outer city of Stormwind Castle, the Wormcurse wizard sat in front of Sunan and said, those warlocks seem to have cooperated with a high-ranking person in the palace. Not only did they confirm the location of our Wormcurse Valley, they attacked us at night. Moreover, they also asked the Storm Royal family to issue a wanted order for us. In this way, even the Storm Church will help them to target our Wormcurse Valley. Sunan told him about the gate. The old Wormcurse wizard frowned and sighed. It was the same in the past. The gates from that world appeared one after another on the land of our world, followed by a large number of armies from the energy world. Those gates can even be combined to form something called a curtain. Once the curtain is formed, the magic in each area will be polluted. The magic power will be greatly reduced. The curtain will divide the world, making it impossible for different areas to communicate with each other. Only people of a certain level can enter each area. For example, only wizard apprentices can enter a certain area, and only first-ring wizards or above can enter a certain area, but second-ring wizards cannot enter. Once it develops to this stage, it means that the energy world will launch an all-out attack on us, and one after another superior energy creatures will descend into our world. The curtain is a basic world feature of that energy world. If it reaches this stage, it means that the energy world has deeply invaded our world. In the past, when the situation was at its worst, we didn't even have a complete human city. The whole world seemed to have been looted. The old wizard of Insect Curse sighed and said, the energy world will not allow us to have a government, a country, a religion, or anything with traces of civilization here. They want us to return to primitive society, live in isolation, lose our civilization, and degenerate into primitive people. Then they will transform our world and us, and turn us into their army. I originally thought that, as long as I chose to sleep, I could avoid the energy world, and after waking up in the future, I could directly enjoy the fruits of victory. But it turned out that we wizards who stayed in this world had to face the end of the energy world alone. The old wizard of Insect Curse took a look at the only 30 or so wizard apprentices left from the Insect Curse school, and shook his head to Sunan and said, yes, I'm a coward. In the past, when the war was at its most brutal, I didn't dare to go to the battlefield, because in that battlefield, even a first-ring wizard was cannon fodder that could die at any time. Magic has been contaminated. I didn't dare to go up. I could only find an empty corner, leave my inheritance, and then hide in the secret realm of the subspace and seal myself up. I'm a shunner. It's a pity that I have been avoiding for a long time, but I still have to face it all in the end. This time, it's even worse than the last time. Sunan listened to him quietly about the past, which was also very valuable to him. Sunan did not argue with him on the issue of whether to avoid or not, but asked him, where should your school go next? The old wizard of the insect curse said, I plan to take the school away from Storm Castle. Otherwise, we will face the double stranglehold of those warlocks and the Church of the Storm. Wizard Sunan, you'd better stay away from this place of trouble. Before, there were some wizards in Storm Castle, and even several first-ring wizards. After all, this is the capital of the Kingdom of Storm and a prosperous commercial city. But now, those wizards have chosen to leave here. Sunan nodded. It was within his expectations that the Insect Curse Valley would choose to leave here. But staying here would have continuous benefits. Moreover, if the energy world is really allowed to act, the situation will only get worse and worse. Those wizards who chose to leave obviously made the wrong decision. They chose to temporarily turn a blind eye to the energy world, thinking that it had nothing to do with them. But the result would be the same as what the old wizard worm curse faced. In the process of your escape, the wizards around you will gradually decrease, and in the end, you will be the only one left to face the problem. Therefore, Sunan felt that when facing a problem, you should not escape, but go directly, because the more you solve the problem, the more the problem will give in to you. Sunan drank the 10th bottle of warlock blood refined today, and raised his mental power to 400. Originally, it was impossible for him to drink so many potions in an instant. At least it takes time to ease the effect of these potions. But because Sunan took the Milka drink from Vasilian in advance, he could throw all the chaos caused by the rapid increase in the mental power limit to it. This makes it possible to drink potions continuously to increase the limit. Of course, Sunan still noticed that his mana was not coordinated. If he continued to drink like this, there might still be problems other than chaos, causing his mana to be out of his control. Therefore, although Sunan has increased the number of potions he can drink in a short period of time, there is still an upper limit to the amount of potions he can digest in a short period of time. It's just that, because of the Ring of Magat, this upper limit has become particularly high. Seeing this scene, the insect curse wizard couldn't help but smile bitterly. For a great alchemy wizard like you who can use warlocks as materials for refining medicine, it seems that it is indeed better for you to stay in this royal capital. It's just that I'm old, and my character is cowardly. I dare not stay in this place anymore. The insect curse wizard looked at the empty bottle of warlock's blood potion that Sunan took with some desire, and said, if possible, I also want to buy a bottle. I don't know, do you want to trade with the magic stone, or with magic resources? Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 69 book 1 bar publishes a novel for the first time. When the insect curse wizard led the apprentices of the school to retreat, he took away the warp, so he now has the wealth of the entire school, and is considered a rich old man. This is also the reason why Sunan invited him to join the storm gathering. Although this little old man has just revived and is a little weak, he still has a lot of wealth and magic resources. Sunan thought for a while and said, is there a kind of insect called scarab in your school? The old wizard of the insect curse laughed proudly. That's right. That is the variety we cultivated with concentration. Wherein Guke told you. It's just that the scarab they have is only at the apprentice level. I have a scarab of the first ring level, but there are not many now, and I can't form combat power. Otherwise, how could I be bullied by that warlock boy just now? The old wizard of the insect curse spread out his palm and saw a scarab similar to a rhinoceros beetle lying in it, lying quietly in his hand. This is a one-horned scarab that can devour a ring of magic. And this one-horned scarab can acquire some of the other's characteristics by devouring the other. But its ability in this regard is not very strong at present. There is only this hint. Sunan's eyes moved slightly. 10 of these one-horned scarabs and the insect spell model that controls them. In exchange, I will give you a bottle of Warlock's blood potion. What do you think? Sunan did it for nothing else, just for this one-horned scarab, which can devour a ring of magic, and has the characteristic of inheriting the magical characteristics of food through devouring. As long as this weak characteristic is given to the arcane insect swarm, it will be amplified through high-speed reproduction and iteration. In this way, his own arcane insect swarm will also have this part of the characteristics. The insect spell wizard thought about it, gritted his teeth and nodded. Okay, we can make an exchange. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 271, Archbishop Miscellany. Yesterday's huge explosion made all the people in Stormwind Castle gather in the Caldora Church. The residents in Stormwind Castle were discussing what happened and why all kinds of strange things happened every day recently. First, a church was slaughtered, and then a huge explosion occurred in a church. The Storm Church has sent a special committee to investigate in Stormwind Castle. They believe that there is a hostile force that moves freely in Stormwind Castle and causes a lot of damage. At the same time, on the second day, Sunan found that the Storm royal family issued 4 outrageous decrees again. Sunan looked at the 4 decrees on the desk in the study. 1. Legalization of lovers. The Storm royal family recognizes legal lovers and believes that the children of lovers, illegitimate children, also have the right of inheritance. 2. Legalization of the pornography industry. The Storm royal family now believes that if there is no pornography industry in this world, it will cause many women to be harassed. Only by legalizing the pornography industry can normal women be protected. 3. If the land is occupied for more than 1 year, it will become the property of others. The Storm royal family believes that in order to balance the distribution of wealth, if someone has occupied someone else's house, field, and shop for more than 1 year, it means that the occupied person no longer needs these wealth, and these wealth can be legally attributed to the occupier. 4th, personal usury is legal. King Berry believes that these 4 decrees can help the people of the Storm Kingdom become better. So now these 4 decrees are posted on the streets and alleys, and soldiers and officials are sent to maintain the existence of these decrees. That is to say, from today, at least in Storm Castle, various grey industries will be legalized. Originally, whether it was usury, pornography, or others, at least on the surface, they were all prohibited and not allowed by the Storm Church. Sunan no longer paid attention to the actions of the Storm King in front of him, but focused on the books being collected. The 4 strongholds destroyed by him before were all important nodes of the 4 ritual gates. Sunan took a look at those nodes last night and found that the warlocks of the Supreme Church actually began to want to reconstruct these 4 nodes in the middle of the night. However, Sunan immediately used the Nit reversal spell to summon 5 queens of the arcane swarm and let them reproduce and multiply the swarm in the underground water system of Stormwind Castle. At the same time, let the arcane swarm branch and pay attention to the 4 nodes of Stormwind Castle. Once a warlock is found to enter these 4 nodes, it will start to attack immediately. With the containment of the arcane swarm branch, it will be difficult for these warlocks to set up energy organs of the new energy world on the nodes. In the afternoon, Sunan heard a lot of noise outside the villa. He walked down the stairs and walked out of the villa, only to see a large number of royal soldiers surrounding the manor he rented. Sunan looked at Warwick in confusion, and Warwick said to Sunan, "Young master, these royal soldiers said they are here to arrest you." Sunan looked at the leader of the royal soldiers. This guy had a pointed face and a mean face and was obviously targeting him. The royal commander took out the royal arrest warrant and said, "The king has issued a decree that you are a wizard. You have been stripped of your title and are no longer protected by the noble law, so please come with us. Or do you want to resist?" Sunan raised his eyebrows. That's it. It was the one on the throne who found that his restrictions on him did not work at all. In addition, he had recently destroyed 4 of their strongholds, so he was just desperate and wanted to drive him away violently. Sunan laughed. The new leader of the royal soldiers looked at Sunan strangely. "What are you laughing at? What's so funny about this?" As soon as he finished speaking, he heard the voice of the Storm Church soldiers behind him. He turned around in shock and saw the Archbishop, Miscellany, who was under the protection of a large number of church knights and even the legendary knight of the church, Marco Warwick. At the same time, Miscellany was also born in the Platinum Commercial Republic and was a member of the commercial aristocracy. The Archbishop of the Church of the Storm means that he has received the full attention of the God of Storms. Maybe he has no special power, but wherever he walks, the God of Storms will be watching him. This made the warlock who was disguised as the leader of the royal soldiers, feel guilty for no reason. Mussolini looked at the royal order in his hand and sighed. Really? I should not have let Barry become the king. Everyone present was silent after hearing this. However, the Archbishop of the Church of the Storm can indeed say this. After all, even the King of Storms has to take the crown from him and be baptized by the Archbishop of the Storm before he can be crowned. At the same time, it also means that the God of Storms recognizes this god as the king. When the God of Storms chooses a new family to become the royal family, they will often awaken the divine ability of the divine bloodline. At the same time, the divine bloodline ability of the old royal family will not disappear, but will become weaker from generation to generation as time passes. Mussolini looked at the royal order in his hand and said to the soldier leader, when the royal family determines that someone is a wizard, it must be approved by the church court. Therefore, this royal order, at least in terms of process, is wrong, and it is even suspected of seizing the power of the church court. Moreover, the royal family does not actually have the right to deprive other noble titles. The title of the Stormlord can only be deprived by God, and the person responsible for communicating with God is the church, that is, me. I'm sorry, I didn't get such an order from the God of Storms. Mussolini said, so, I don't recognize that Count Sunan Peter is a wizard. Faced with the reprimand of the Archbishop of the Storm Church, the royal soldiers were at a loss. After all, if the Archbishop didn't think that Sunan was a wizard, who else could think so? Archbishop Mussolini said to Sunan, Bishop Borgia wrote me a letter asking me to stop this farce. Moreover, I also think that King Barry has really made too much trouble. Count Peter, the kingdom is in danger, and it needs powerful nobles like you to help us protect the God of Storms and the great sacred cause on this land. Sunan nodded to Archbishop Mussolini. It should be so. Read the error-free version at 69 Book Bar. 69 Books Bar publishes a novel for the first time. Read at 69 Books Bar. I had expected that the Warlock group would try to use the royal power to drive me out of Stormwind Castle because of the huge losses. Therefore, Sunan made a good layout in advance, using the bishops he supported, and through some interest exchanges, he leveraged Archbishop Mussolini's help to me. Let Mussolini help me stay in Stormwind Castle. Of course, in this process, Mussolini himself was obviously a little scared. The royal family has been very abnormal recently, and the church has been destroyed many times in Storm Castle at night. Therefore, Mussolini is trying to maintain this once normal world. Unfortunately, his efforts may be in vain. The royal soldier commander could only return with a dark face and lead the soldiers. Sunan looked at him playfully and used the wolf pack effect to give orders to a mutant werewolf. When the royal soldier commander walked to a remote corner, he would immediately kill the one-star warlock royal soldier commander. Mussolini turned around and sighed to Sunan. He was an old man, but his face had some cunning of a businessman, but more of the high position and power of the archbishop. Sunan noticed that this old man had the power of a great knight, and he also had a strange energy in his body. Sunan didn't know how powerful this old man would be in battle, but it seems that it must not be that simple. Otherwise, the blind monk would have assassinated him long ago, and would definitely not stay until now. Sunan looked at the legendary Storm Knight next to Mussolini. Sure enough, the church does have legendary knights, and it is very likely that there is more than one. Now that they are in danger, they finally took them out. Moreover, the levels of the church knights are constantly improving, as if the God of Storms is accelerating the projection of power. However, Sunan suddenly realized one thing. If the way of knights is the power of the gods, the power of the Storm Knights comes from the God of Storms. If the power of the God of Storms is not unlimited as he advertises, but limited, does it mean that there is an upper limit to the number of Storm Knights? Sunan also immediately thought of a question. If the number of Storm Knights is really upper limit, but if a large number of Storm Knights die, can the extra share be concentrated on one person, so that that person can become a legendary Storm Knight who can correspond to a formal wizard? Although the legendary knights can only be slaughtered by formal wizards, Sunan suddenly understood why the God of Storms ignored the current situation. Perhaps there is such a possibility that the God of Storms is waiting for the moment when the power is concentrated on a few knights. Chapter 272 Grand Chancellor Wizard. In the King's Court, Prime Minister Cavendish Houston frowned and gave King Barry 10 suggestions. After reading them, King Barry laughed. Prime Minister Cavendish Houston seemed a little displeased and said, "Your Majesty, I don't know why you are laughing so loudly. Is there something wrong with my advice to you?" King Barry supported the boy's young face with his right hand, sat on the throne, overlooking Prime Minister Cavendish Houston. Then he continued with a smile and said, "Cavendish, you are always too serious. Why don't you relax and drink a glass of wine?" Prime Minister Cavendish Houston whispered, "Your Majesty, I'm sorry, I don't have the habit of drinking. Your Majesty, the situation is really critical now. Even if you are the god chosen by the god of storms, you should pay attention to the current situation. I suggest that you revoke all the royal orders you have issued since you returned from the Bulgars, and respect the nobles and the church. As for the common people, that doesn't matter." The smile on King Barry's face disappeared. He stood up, walked to the candle, and lit the paper written by Cavendish Houston. "Any more questions?" "Cavendish, if you don't have any questions, then leave here. I have organized a team of 100 girls from your storm lords, and they will serve me later. Look, Cavendish, you storm nobles, you brag about being nobles and having aristocratic spirit all day long, but in the end, after all this time, facing power, you are just like lowly civilians." Cavendish immediately raised his eyes and straightened his back. "Your Majesty, first of all, why do you say you storm lords? Isn't your Majesty the greatest storm lord? Secondly, your Majesty, you should have never come into contact with civilian girls before." Cavendish sensed something wrong from Barry's words. King Barry's eyes suddenly became gloomy. Cavendish saw the two storm knight guards with unfriendly expressions beside Barry and said immediately, "Oh, of course. You are the king, you can do whatever you want. It's just that you, the king, enjoy those things alone, and I, the great prime minister of the kingdom, didn't get any." King Barry's gloom disappeared at this time, and he sneered. "Cavendish, it turns out that you are not a piece of wood. That's right, life is to enjoy it in time. I have always had a motto that has never changed. The meaning of life is to enjoy it. Okay, I didn't think it through before. Tonight, I will give you 5 ladies, and you should be satisfied now." "Thank you, your Majesty." Prime Minister Cavendish Houston bowed and left, leaving King Barry staring at his back and thinking. As soon as he left the palace, an attendant knocked on Cavendish's carriage and handed Cavendish a note. As the Grand Chancellor of the Empire, he naturally has his own intelligence organization. Cavendish opened a note in his hand, which said that Earl Peter was ordered by the royal family to be arrested on the charge of being a wizard, but was personally stopped by Archbishop Mussolini, and was invited by the Storm Church headquarters to stay in Stormwind Castle for a long time. In the carriage, Cavendish smiled. This is the first time that King Barry went crazy in Stormwind Castle, and he didn't succeed. "Sunan Peter, you are the first noble who successfully disobeyed the king." A magical light flashed in Cavendish's pupils. "If you are not a real wizard, you will almost certainly go to jail for this accusation. Only if you are a real wizard, you can plan ahead. It seems that I'm not fighting alone in this Stormwind Castle." Cavendish pondered deeply. Their power movement school has been deeply bound to the Storm Kingdom. Their magic path is deeply bound to power and cannot be separated from the Storm Kingdom. More than 2000 years ago, when other magic schools were unable to cast even the most basic magic due to the lack of magic tides, their power movement school retained the most basic spellcasting ability and maintained the most basic school structure by taking root in the royal power. Cavendish had long noticed that something was wrong with King Barry. Today was his last test, and he was sure that King Barry might not be himself, or he might be possessed. Cavendish considered it. "We must contact Sunan Peter. But we need to consider the way of contact. If it is too direct, everyone will observe it. And I don't know if he is an enemy or a friend. The enemy of my enemy may not be my friend. Especially for wizards who are full of personality." Cavendish thought about it. He actually planted a lot of spies in the palace. Naturally, he noticed the personnel transfers in the palace, the imprisonment of the 3 queens, and he also knew that the new queen would be poisoned in one day. However, He would not waste the few administrative resources to save an insignificant bride who had just become queen for less than a few months. What he had to consider was why those who occupied the palace wanted to poison the queen. Read the error-free version at 69 Book Bar. 69 Book Bar publishes a novel for the first time. Read at 69 Book Bar. When Sunan knew that the new queen had died and King Berry was going to reselect the queen, Sunan was a guest at the Rost family. This was an art salon held by the Rost family, inviting a large number of well-known artists in Stormwind Castle, as well as noble ladies and socialites among the nobles. This time, the Rost family did not have any special purpose. The nobles opened the salon just like eating and drinking water. In front of Sunan, there were two beautiful women and an artist. They were all painters in Stormwind Castle. As an earl, Sunan naturally attracted frequent contact with these artists. The two beautiful painters sighed when they heard about the tragic death of the new queen. Since the new queen died in an unclear way, her death left people with too much room for imagination. Men are always fickle. The queen cried day and night and prayed to the gods in the church because the king was captured. As a result, the poor queen died as soon as he came back. Men. But tragic love is the source of art. I have inspiration again. Sunan looked at Earl Rost, who seemed to have the intention to continue to be friends with him, especially before he directly violated the king's order in Stormwind Castle and nothing happened. This is completely different from the situation of the Granville Earl's family, whose whole family was imprisoned and became fugitives. Therefore, after investigating Sunan's hobbies and finding that Sunan loves ancient and strange things, Earl Rost told Sunan that there was a portrait in the salon held by his family that magically moved under certain circumstances and invited Sunan to watch it together. After watching it, Sunan immediately noticed something strange. The portrait in front of him was a portrait of an ancient noble family, but the problem was that the books on the desk of the noble family in the painting were all magic books. In other words, a wizard had sealed the magic books in the portrait of the noble family. When Sunan saw the name of one of the magic books, his eyes became serious. He thought, this seems to be the magic inheritance of the Bronze School that the Shadow Wizard mentioned to me. Chapter 273 Meditation Fusion and Mental Power Bronze. In the cultural salon in the Rost family manor, Sunan said to Count Rost, I like this painting very much. If you want to buy it, you can name a price. How many gold coins are appropriate? Sunan, who owns the Rye Underground domain, is not short of this little money. Moreover, Sunan saw a magic book in the oil painting, which recorded the attempt of the Bronze School to stabilize chaos. In other words, a wizard from the Bronze School passed on several magic books and put them in the oil painting in the form of oil paint images. Moreover, this wizard from the Bronze School should have been exposed to the knowledge of the limit of a first-ring wizard. Isaac Rost was a little flattered. He did not expect that Sunan Peter, who was so cold and difficult to approach on weekdays, would be so eager to pay attention to an oil painting. Count Rost smiled and said, if Lord Count Peter wants it, I can give you this painting for free. The two female painters and a male writer on the side all looked at Count Rost in surprise. Count Rost was not so generous on weekdays, and could even be said to be a little stingy. The three looked at Sunan with even more respect. Only people of higher status are worthy of Earl Rost's favor. However, the Earl of the Court and the Earl of Local Power are two different concepts. The Earl of Local Power is an existence that even the King of Storm can ignore. Judging from the current situation of Storm Castle, King Berry is really out of reach of the South Thrace military district in the central area of the Storm Kingdom. Moreover, Peter territory also supports a bishop, and the Storm Church and the Peter family will not become enemies. As long as Sunan is willing, any order from the king will be a piece of paper for him, a local noble with real power, which is completely different from the nobles whose wealth and property are all in Storm Castle. Earl Rost even thought that, if even his family was persecuted by the royal family, he would flee to Peter territory with his family. So he is trying his best to please Sunan now. After all, Sunan is currently the only character that the royal power can do nothing about. Of course, Duke Latin of Thessalonica is also such a character. However, he also has some industries in Storm Castle, and his territory is larger and more complex. There are many low-level nobles who are loyal to him because of their belief in the god of storms. In other words, Duke Latin of Thessalonica is still afraid that King Berry will remotely control his family's territory through the Church of Storms. However, after being targeted by the royal family, the earldom of Peter did not experience any unusual changes at all, which shows that the integration within the earldom of Peter is very high. Earl Rost handed the painting to Sunan. This painting can be collected in the hands of the Peter family, and it can be regarded as having the greatest artistic value. I can see that this is its mission. Sunan nodded and said at the same time, then I will find a place to carefully appreciate the painting that Earl Rost gave me. As soon as these words came out, the three artists and Earl Rost who were sitting with him knew that they had to give Sunan a space to be alone. This is the advantage of being in a superior position. One sentence can affect many things. Seeing that there was no one around, Sunan's eyes began to glow with magic. The three magic books in the painting began to flip quickly. The three magic books were the Bronze Beast Meditation Method, the magic book for making Bronze Beast Golems, and the record of the Bronze Skull's attempt to stabilize chaos. According to the record of the Bronze Beast Meditation Method, the Bronze Skull's magic path believes that bronze is the first large-scale metal that all civilizations have come into contact with. Because the natural bronze ore, malachite, can be found everywhere on the ground, bronze is deeply bound to civilization. Bronze is considered to be the beginning of civilization and the object that carries civilization itself. Sunan quickly recorded the Bronze Beast Meditation Method, and at the same time, asked the intelligent brain to deduce and combine the Bronze Beast Meditation Method with the All Souls Pot Meditation Method. Previously, the intelligent brain had integrated the Tree of Life Meditation Method, the Glacier Sleep Meditation Method, and the Insect Jade Meditation Method into its own Alchemy Meditation Method. By upgrading the All Souls Pot Meditation Method in this way, it can more easily capture the connection between all things and form a more powerful Alchemy Meditation Method. Sunan called the Changed Cauldron of All Souls Meditation Method the Level 2 Cauldron of All Souls Meditation Method. The meditation efficiency of the Level 2 Cauldron of All Souls Meditation Method is higher, and it has a bonus for Sunan's potion refining, making it easier for Sunan to capture the connection and changes between all things. At this moment, Sunan wants to use a Bronze Beast Meditation Method as firewood and fill it into the Cauldron of All Souls Meditation Method until this meditation method becomes level 3. At this moment, in Sunan's Sea of Consciousness, the 4-dimensional rune pile of the level 2 Cauldron of All Souls Meditation Method is surrounded by 5 0.7 ring potion spells and 3 first ring potion spells. At the same time, the intelligent brain gave feedback that the 4th first ring potion spell, Mass Powerful Injection spell, has been successfully researched, and the spell model was given to Sunan. After seeing this spell model, Sunan opened a bottle in the salon banquet, used the blood of those 3-star warlock captives to refine warlock blood, and drank it. His magic power suddenly turned red, but it did not appear in this salon because of suppression. At the same time, in Sunan's mind, he quickly constructed the 4th first level spell of alchemy, and his mental power rose to 405. Sunan looked at the second magic book. The second magic book recorded 2 first level spells of the Bronze School and 11 magics below the first level. The 2 first level magics were Bronze Body and Bronze Mental Power. Combined with the third book, Sunan found that the wizard of this Bronze School was actually using the method of Bronze Mental Power to overcome the entropy increase problem. He wanted to strengthen the stability of his mental power by turning his mental power into bronze so that he could break through the 600 mental power limit of the first level wizard. Sunan thought to himself, intelligent brain, combined with his experimental records, calculate the possibility of breaking through the second level wizard with this method. Yes, it is being calculated, and the conclusion is impossible. Bronze mental power does have the effect of enhancing and stabilizing mental power, but no matter how much it is strengthened, the entropy increase problem will eventually cause a strengthened mental power to collapse. The reason is that entropy increases the chaos that occurs when magic is too powerful, and this chaos points directly to the root of magic. Using this method will only make mental power more prone to collapse. Create a special situation that appears to have broken through the limit of a first ring wizard, but is actually in a very dangerous situation. Sunan remembered that the witch friend of the petrified witch who forcibly broke through the limit of a first ring wizard and whose soul burned in an instant was also in a similar situation. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 69 book bar first publishes a novel. Reading this method of using great strength to create miracles is indeed very problematic. It is estimated that it is difficult for people with special qualifications to break through by force using this method. Sunan used the spell of the bronze school to turn a trace of his mental power into bronze. Suddenly, he saw a trace of materialized bronze mental power appear in front of him. Undoubtedly, this method can strengthen the stability of his soul and mental power, and Sunan found that this method can essentially strengthen his brown position. Sunan looked at another crystal of the bronze school, bronze body. This is a magic similar to boiling blood, which can make the blood bronze, thus greatly enhancing one's own melee ability. If a wizard uses bronze body and bronze mental power at the same time, he will turn into a bronze monster, which is the so-called bronze beast. This bronze monster is immune to most mental attacks, charm spells, prophecy spells that directly interfere with people's thoughts, and most elemental attacks. It can be said to be a very powerful melee magic. These two magics are really useful for me at present. Sunan raised the corners of his mouth. Bronze body can be completely applied to werewolves, and bronze mental power has at least given me some experimental data to break through the limits of the first ring wizard. As long as these data become more and more, I can let the intelligent brain calculate the real way to break through the second ring wizard. It just so happens that the werewolf hunter now only has 2 first ring claw skills, a werewolf mask, a magic blood charge, a hunting fury, a boiling blood, and a hunter mask skill. With the dark energy killing intention fluctuations, and the addition of a bronze body magic, the werewolf hunter should be able to form a stable combat system. The bronze blood should allow the werewolf hunter to launch the wolf claw every 5 seconds, with a force strength of 1.6 rings, and completely become a super melee combat unit among the first ring wizards. Sunan thought, my mental power has reached 405, and it will soon reach 500. I just need to continue to hunt some warlocks to serve as my alchemy materials. It is almost inevitable that the warlock will become his own alchemy material. After all, there are very few beings with such powerful power. At the same time, their power comes from their own transplanted blood, rather than from their own cultivation. There is a strong possibility and tendency to be separated by others, and then they can be used by themselves. They are simply the chosen alchemy materials, mobile material preservation containers. Just as Sunan was about to look up, he saw someone sitting in front of him. Sunan was a little surprised, because the Rost family was trying to please him, there shouldn't be anyone sitting in front of him at this moment. But when Sunan looked up, he saw the blind monk. Of course, the blind monk now is not wearing a black leather coat, with nails all over his head, and looking like a fashionable self-punished person. He looks very normal now, without any nails on his face, without any scars on his face, but with a flat square face, neatly combed hair, and even fixed his hair with hair oil, and wearing aristocratic clothes. The blind cloth that had been tied around his eyes also disappeared, replaced by a pair of deep black pupils and sunken eye sockets of the Mediterranean race. Chapter 274, The Blind Monk's Seduction and Declaration of War. The blind monk sat in front of Sunan and said in a calm tone, "The king has appointed me as the hand of the king. From now on, I'm the left prime minister of the Storm Kingdom, with the same power as Grand Prime Minister Cavendish. Human, you see, power is easily in my hands. As long as I want, I can force you out of the royal city at any time. Just like the Rost family plotted a rebellion, and I discovered it in advance, I can put the Rost family in jail at any time." Sunan raised his eyebrows. "How interesting. Wherever I go, you follow me. Monk, are you my admirer or my follower? Besides, I don't think your king can help you drive me out of the royal city. As long as I want, no one can make me leave this city." Sunan lowered his head and looked at the oil painting in his hand. The blind monk whispered, "I have a way to restore order to things. Sunan Peter, with your strength, you can definitely get the status of middle lord. If you join us, you will become the right-hand man of the blind king, just like me. First of all, you need to stop destroying our plans in Stormwind Castle. Also, you have to cut off your relationship with the abyss. Sunan was speechless. He raised his eyebrows and continued to stare at the oil painting and said, "You have a beautiful idea, but the problem is, what good will it do me? So I refuse. And I want to remind you that I don't want to destroy your plans in Stormwind Castle." The blind monk looked at Sunan with his spiritual vision in confusion. "I don't mean to destroy the plan, then you." Sunan said, "I'm just hunting." Sunan took out another bottle of warlock blood and drank it. His mental power increased by 5 points again, and his mental power reached 410. The blind monk felt the obvious increase in magic pressure on Sunan, and he clenched his fists. "So that's how it is. You are born different from us. Sunan Peter." Many chains suddenly appeared in the oil painting in Sunan's hand. These chains destroyed everything in the painting, but Sunan didn't care about it, so he didn't stop it. Because the contents of the 3 magic books have been recorded by the intelligent computer, the blind monk said, "Our world has clear levels and orders, so there are even things like curtains that restrict levels. We don't allow the lower to usurp the upper, and we don't allow level changes, but you have once again improved your strength in front of me." Sunan raised his eyebrows. "But don't those warlocks also have star positions?" The blind monk said, "Levels are necessary. They are also the essence of our world. Only with clear levels can there be order. Unlike the chaos in your world, in our world, the son of a king will always be a king, and the son of a beggar will always be a beggar. There is absolutely no chance of changing this hierarchy. The qualifications of the warlocks have been determined from the beginning, and will not change. So the number of stars they can become as warlocks has been confirmed by the higher level energy lords from the beginning. Therefore, their upgrades and changes are always within order. Sunan Peter, you never know what you are facing. But don't think that you are our opponent just because you have destroyed our 4 strongholds. Even without relying on secular royal power, you are not our opponent. I'm here to give you a piece of advice. At least you should stay away from here. You can't stop our plan. The king's selection of a concubine is about to begin. As long as you complete this selection, the 4 strongholds you destroyed will be nothing." The next moment, the blind monk stood up and left. But at the same time, the king's soldiers rushed into the party, accusing Earl Rost of treason and various treasonous crimes, and wanted to arrest him. Sunan saw that among the guards, there was even a baron whom he had met at the private party at Rost Manor that day. Sure enough, the matter was done in secrecy. There were too many people involved at the time, and there must be someone who wanted to sell out this matter, to please the royal family and preserve his own noble existence. But if it was a normal royal family, it would be enough. But unfortunately, the current royal family is not the real Storm royal family at all. A soldier tried to let the Baron point out that Sunan had also participated in the conspiracy party. "Did you see this person at the party where you conspired to rebel?" The Baron looked at Sunan with fear. After all, in his eyes, Sunan was one of the powerful nobles in the royal city, who had a transcendent status, and was least bound by the Storm royal family. I didn't." The 1-star warlock disguised as a soldier was a little annoyed and muttered to himself, "It's really hard to deal with him." Sunan smiled, and at the same time, ordered Jinx to complete his own experiment on the unicorn scarab, so that the arcane swarm would have the blood of the unicorn scarab, and strengthen its devouring ability. At the same time, he focused on the current situation, and threw the destroyed painting aside. "I don't like being disturbed, so I want to ask this Baron a question. Did you really see Count Rost at the party? You have to pay attention. Your words are related to your survival." Sunan turned his mental power into bronze and attacked the Baron. The Baron was already very scared and panicked, and was hit by his bronze mental power at this moment, and he was immediately distracted. Then, he said in a trance, "I don't think I have seen Earl Rost involved." Sunan looked at the royal guards and said, "In this case, your evidence is gone. Go back and tell your king that people can never do whatever they want, no matter who he is." The royal soldiers were unable to move forward or backward, but Sunan had quietly used the Nit reversal spell to summon Cole from the toilet, and asked Cole to secretly use the hypnosis spell to hypnotize these royal soldiers collectively. Of course, the leading 1-star warlock among these soldiers was obviously not included. He has warlock blood in his body, which will ignore many magics, especially weak magic such as hypnosis. But he noticed that all the royal soldiers turned around and left, leaving him alone in this cultural salon, accepting everyone's gaze, and Sunan's cold eyes looking at him. The fear in his heart suddenly rose, thinking of how many compatriots died tragically at the hands of Sunan, and even heard that Sunan also ate warlocks. He ate warlocks. Therefore, the warlock's knees suddenly weakened, his legs trembled, and then he turned around and ran without saying anything. Sunan looked at the warlock leaving, thinking, there are so many warlocks in Stormwind Castle, there must be a temporary door similar to the one he encountered in the underground Rye domain before, but he didn't know where the door was. The next moment, Sunan was stunned for a moment, because a few days ago, the arcane swarm branch he placed in the underground system of Stormwind Castle said that they found a large number of warlocks in the underground reservoir of Stormwind Castle, as well as many cultists who were being transformed into warlocks, and a large number of rituals left by cultists. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 69 book bar first publishes a novel. Read at 69 book bar. Sunan thought about it, and now he knew where the temporary door of the energy world was opened. Attack. The swarm does not need to restrain itself. Sunan ordered the arcane swarm to attack. It was time to let the energy world also feel the horror of the arcane swarm. At the same time, Earl Rost, with a grateful look on his face, performed the etiquette of a lower noble to a higher noble. Lord Sunan. Thank you. In the entire Stormwind Fortress, you are the only one who has the ability to protect me and my family. From now on, our family is your most reliable ally. But I estimate that after this incident, the position of patrol officer in the inner city of Stormwind Fortress, which our family has inherited from generation to generation, will no longer exist. Earl Rost's eyes flashed with anger, and he said in a voice that only Sunan could hear, but a legion responsible for guarding the inner city of Stormwind Fortress, more than half of the senior sergeants in it will obey the orders of our family. Lord Sunan, from now on, it is equivalent to you owning this legion. Our only request is that you can protect us. Well, if you are afraid, you can leave Stormwind Fortress and move your family to the South Thrace military district. Sunan was a little disapproving of this, and he didn't care about this. On the contrary, if he continued to hunt warlocks for another week or two, he could reach the level of a senior wizard of the first ring. You can make 6 sublimation potions by yourself. A senior wizard of the first ring should be equivalent to a 6-star warlock. I don't know if there are any 6-star warlocks in this Stormwind Castle. Legendary knights are actually equal to the level of first ring wizards, but they are at the same level. They are definitely not opponents of first ring wizards and 5-star and 6-star warlocks. As for saints, from Sunan's current knowledge, their upper limit is not yet clear. However, because warlocks of the same level will actually suppress ordinary wizards, mainly because their power is too restraining magic, so in fact, a 4-star warlock can resist a first ring wizard. It is equivalent to that when a warlock fights a wizard, he will naturally be 1 level higher. This should be why wizards had to cooperate with the church before, use magic to strengthen the knights, and use knights to fight warlocks. Of course, Sunan's own werewolf essentially replaced the knight. The wolf's wolf poison and wolf claws can effectively restrain the energy shell and energy shell field of the energy world. This is the same as the beast chess. The energy world is actually very afraid of melee, because the density of energy can never be compared with the density of matter. It's just that the knights have too little power, so they can't beat the energy world in terms of power level. The werewolves are upgraded versions of knights with a lot of magic bonuses and their own melee ability. So, what Sunan said to the blind monk just now was the truth. He basically regards the warlocks as a big tonic now, so the biggest motivation for targeting the warlocks is actually to use them to make medicine. Chapter 275, Evolution of the Arcane Swarm. Sunan said to Count Rost, in the future, you can collect more rare and strange ancient things through this kind of salon. I'm very interested in these. Don't worry. As long as I'm still in Stormwind Castle, no matter how you hold the salon, the royal family can't do anything to you. This remark made all the artists in the salon excited. After all, not everyone can say this, and many people will only be ridiculed if they say it, but only Sunan said this here at this moment, which is so convincing. Count Rost said excitedly, "Okay, Lord Sunan." Sunan saw Count Tuval, who was participating in this salon, walking towards him. Count Tuval invited him to go to the Tuval family. Sunan thought about it and agreed. The Tuval family was a net he had cast, and now he was finally going to close the net. On the way to the Tuval family, Sunan saw in the carriage that on the streets of Stormwind Castle, because the royal family legalized various grey areas, prostitutes had appeared on the streets, pulling men directly into a room. The loan sharks held up a sign and looked for their customers on the street. Generally, people who would go to loan sharks were either gamblers or people who encountered financial crises, but as long as these people engaged in usury, the situation would only get worse and worse. This is also the reason why the Storm Church banned usury before. Just when the carriage passed through the street, Sunan saw 2 fights and 1 theft. It has to be said that the energy world is very capable of creating disputes and destroying morality and law. They are going to turn Stormwind Castle into a corrupt city. Let all morality and law become nothing. Sunan saw the royal guards posting notices again on the street bulletin board. The decree written on the notice this time was that it was forbidden to accuse anyone of being a thief, robber, or any other insulting words on the street. Because Stormwind Castle, as a civilized city in the world, should become more tolerant. Whether it is a thief, a robber, or a prostitute, they should find a home in this city and should not be discriminated against. At the same time, any cheating, theft, robbery, deception, and usurpation should not be blamed. However, Wang Ling wrote a line of small words below. So far, the law still exists, so please obey the law. Sunan took a look at the notice, and he and the soldier who posted the notice were a little speechless. It seems that the energy world hates law and morality, and believes that this is the way the material world determines order. However, with the characteristics of that energy world, as long as the energy is strong, the status will be high. There is really no need for any law, let alone any morality to maintain stability. This city is becoming more and more chaotic, but underground. Sunan thought. This underground is gradually becoming another insect city. At this moment, underground, the first branch of the arcane swarm has already increased the number of swarms to more than 30,000 within this week. A large number of cannon fodder scarabs are attacking the warlock group inside the sewer. At this time, the street ground would produce some small earthquakes from time to time. It was actually the arcane insect swarm fighting with the warlocks. In the sewer system of Stormwind Castle, a large number of cultists were holding a ceremony. Suddenly, they realized that the top of the sewer seemed to be collapsing. Then, they saw the sea of worms flooding towards them like a tide. These ordinary cultists had no room for resistance, and were drowned by the shield scarabs. The shield scarabs were still drowning the cultists in other underground sewers. Or 3-star warlock used the fire of anger and the earth of stupidity to summon an arrow of fell energy lava and shot it into the shield scarab swarm, killing hundreds of scarabs instantly. But there were more shield scarabs rushing towards him. He could only keep using the wind of indifference to form a tornado to clean up all the modified scarabs near him. But for such a high-level warlock, using power to clean up these cannon fodder insects is a very cost-effective thing. The core of the swarm tactics is to use low-level cannon fodder to consume the enemy's mid and high-end forces. In the underground sewers, the cultists' transformed underground holes were all invaded. The ritual centers were filled with insects. The cultists screamed. Where do so many insects come from? These insects. How can they be so ferocious and eat everything? But warlock spells can kill them in large numbers. A series of cold winds formed wind snakes, and in an instant, thousands of shield scarabs were cleared. A 5-star warlock woman, Rachel Comnenus, walked out of a cult temple in a dim sewer. This sewer cult temple has a large number of objects symbolizing the energy world, floating in the air. After Rachel Comnenus had cleared all the bugs she could see in the underground sewers, she said to all the embarrassed warlocks, "You useless people, now you can't even beat the bugs. Isn't this very simple?" The next moment, Rachel Comnenus's arrogant expression became solemn. She looked back at the cracks in the sewer passage and saw that magma scarabs kept crawling out from there and then ran towards them at a high speed and then began to self-destruct. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 69 book bar publishes a novel. Read Rachel Comnenus at 69 book bar, waving the cold wind sickle in her hand. Thousands of cold wind darts killed all the scarabs in an instant, causing explosions and destroying the Warlock Hall. TSK. I'm going to find out where these swarms of insects came from. Could these insects be released by the Wormcurse Valley School hidden in Stormwind? No, didn't they all escape? There are 3 wizard schools in Stormwind now. Among them, the Wormcurse Valley escaped with the help of Sunan Peter. The Ironheart School, the wizards of that Iron School, were all killed by us, including their first string wizards. But there is still one Power Movement School left. Only a dozen of their second-class wizard apprentices and third-class wizard apprentices were killed. They still exist in this Stormwind, but I don't know in what form. Could it be that these insects were released by them? The next moment, Rachel Comnenus began to frantically hunt the arcane swarms along the underground waterway. Even when she faced the bone spur shooting at her by 100 bone spur cruise insects, she was able to form a defensive shield by rotating the sickle to resist the first round of attack by the small army. Then he immediately swung the cold wind scythe, forming dozens of wind bombs, killing 100 high-speed cruise bugs in an instant. Rachel frowned and looked at the sewer in front of her. The hundreds of 0.5 ring spell attacks just now still had some effect on her. Fortunately, there were only 100 of these bugs, so she could still deal with them. Rachel used Comnenus's super intuition to find 4 queens of the arcane swarm in the sewer, and then use the warlock spell to forcibly crush the 4 queens guard tyrant worm troops and the queen's 80 magic pressure, and cast the arcane missile spell. After killing the 4 queens in turn, Sunan also ordered the remaining swarms to hide in the sewers temporarily. Anyway, the swarms will not be very beautiful when fighting, so it is natural that such a thing will happen. Because the swarm wins by numbers, it doesn't matter. Even if the queen is killed, there will be arcane rebirth anyway, and you will be reborn within an hour. Sunan will summon the 4 queens back in an hour, put them in the underground sewers, and reorganize the swarm. After 5 days, he will attack the warlocks again. This cycle will never stop. This is the horror of the swarm with super strong reproductive power. At the same time, Sunan has ordered Jinx to inject the blood of the unicorn scarab into these 4 queens when they are rebreeding. Let these 4 queens have the weak ability to devour the enemy. At the same time, Sunan will use the warlocks in the sewers to make the arcane swarm have the real devouring ability. In the sewer, Rachel killed the last queen. She looked at her hands in confusion. Why don't I feel like I really killed these bugs? Aren't these bugs the last queens? This time, more than half of the cultists and the warlocks who were being transformed died. For us, the loss is still quite large. But in the end, we still solved this group of bugs that suddenly attacked us. The illusion of the blind man appeared beside her. Those bugs contained Sunan Peter's magic power. He was the one who put them there. But, I finally foiled his plan. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.